Hello? Hello. Welcome to stream. I'm here. I'm late. I was doing other stuff today, and then, now I'm here now. What up, Bun, Burnt, Soggy, Neon, Ender, Locker, Spicy, what up? What up, everyone else as well? Hold on, let me find music for today. I think I am kind of feeling this, so hold on. What up, Dan? How's it going, dude? Good, Dan? Alright, so the schedule, if you didn't see in Discord, we're going to do a run. We're going to play Fathomless again. 1.0, so we'll see how it goes. And then I made a post on YouTube. Maybe I can link it. Does anyone else actually want to link it? I'll pin their message. Basically just asking people what they kind of would want from Vase when we made it. Thank you, Breach. And hold on. We'll go over the ideas and we'll like rate them here and kind of see if they have any directionality to them and stuff. So hold on one moment. Trying to find here we go. Yes, please. Wow, 70 is crazy. Actually. Big crazy. My idea in the Discord channel. If I remember, I'll go check it, but the Nick soundtrack? No. Nike? Have you settled on an idea for fruit? Yes. And I'm not going to tell you. And that's fine. Soon. Actually, what I've done recently is I downsized a bit, cut a little scope from the next update. So really one of the main things left is just kind of, we have to finish coding fruit and then find an idea for Vase. And a few other little things, but those are the big ones. Well, actually, we're redoing another equipment fully. It's Smeech, but we'll see. Is this the only one which doesn't have an ID on it? Yes. That's it. It's the only one. The rest are locked in. A mocha. The no hat, we're going bald today. And that's alright. But yeah, it's I say this all the time, but it's as close as it's ever been. And so, it's another thing too, like if we don't figure out something that we want, personally, how sad would you guys be if we just launched equipments without Vase? I think that's like last resort for me. But because I'd really rather have something. I don't know. We'll see. How many care about Vase? I guess it's more of like the completionist aspect of the update, you know, like launching equipments without all the equipments might just feel a little bit bad, but you know what I mean. I mean, worst case, just put cooldown reduction on quality Vase as a placeholder rather than absolutely nothing. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the backup plan. I don't know, I feel bad doing that too. I might rather have literally nothing Just so people know that that's not like a permanent thing that's a letdown, you know? I don't know. It's a comment similar to what I suggested last stream, where Vase would make a second line that leads to an unopened or cloaked chest. I think it's feeding too much in the space. What is happening here with the edge of the map of a radar scanner? Like, yeah, it's movement, but it's also kind of doing what that is doing, you know? Then what is radar scanner doing? I feel like it's important to look at, you know, how we're kind of infringing on other equipment too. I don't think it's a bad idea, and in a vacuum it's great, but like, that is my concern with those types of things. Cease. I'd be modestly upset at most, but I understand that you're a small team passion-driven mod devs. It's not like I'm expecting the fucking world. Be fucking pissed. And we cannot upset button. This is very important. Placeholder effect or just giving flat barrier per quality level. I don't know. Kind of worry that placeholder effects are just kind of giving up, but who's to say? Wow, these items are really awesome for getting through the stage. Border WT ideas was enemies looking near the line or edge of the teleport, get teleported, take damage or debuff. Yeah, I saw a few common themes, right? Saw a few common ones. And so what I might also have to do is I might have to reveal some of my cards. I might have to say, okay, maybe we can't surprise you guys anymore. Maybe I'll have to like pick an idea that I've kind of been whittling away at, kind of thinking about, maybe saying like, okay, help me with this idea or something. But I don't know, it's also similar to one of my last resorts, so. Why did it just stay in the vase? Yes, of course, I've been baiting everybody. And not steal my amazing idea. What is Fathomless? Umbral Woodling. Yeah. I would personally prefer a lame placeholder so I can start filling in my logbook. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I kind of feel like bad when someone gets something and they're like, oh shit, here it is, I'm excited to see this one. And it's just like, nothing's in here. It's like, oh. I feel bad. Kind of feels like we're letting them down in the moment, you know? You fall damage immunity for a short period of time after using Vase. I got thrown off a cliff and died to it the other day. You aimed off a cliff with your Vase. Interesting. That Vase gives a temporary damage bonus upon exiting like chronic expansion and higher quality levels that make it last longer. I think one of the things that we're trying to avoid as much as possible is just having equipments just say, or really many other items just say, you just do more damage now. If there's like a specific new way we can capture that feeling of like, you know, I've heard a lot of people say, ooh, do a tripwire or something. That I feel like would be new enough so that I'd maybe jump into it, but just giving the player more damage is something I need to avoid. We're already damage creeping enough with the multiplicative factors. It's just the momentum. It's just funny. Oh, that's cool, undead. Jesus. God help me. Play the banner. Play the banner. It's going after the drone. Pulling aggro. Okay. Sure. Sure. I'm on fire, man. Let's make quality base instantly kill a Ruin Knight. Call it a day. Yeah, just fuck her up, man. It's a sick thrill from surprising us. I mean, I do. I totally understand when people say that. Let's not actually get that yet. Like, seeing, you know, just the smiles on everyone's faces when they see something and realize something for the first time is just, like, too cool, man. It is too cool. But I think, to some extent, like, with Vase, that's something I can maybe give up on a little bit and just say, hey, I mean, as long as you're happy to see it in game, that's all that really matters. If you're excited for that, then treat it like a teaser. You know what I mean? Confusion. Yeah. He considered making Vase teleport Garniture to his endpoints? Not much, but it's unique, I assume. I haven't thought about it exactly that way, but I don't know if that's interesting enough. I like the direction, though. I like that we're kind of thinking of things like that. Spawn Q random and permanent Vase lines on entering a stage. Yeah, I have heard a lot of people saying they just want more, like, just things like Conduit Canyon, you know? Things that kind of just, like, explore. I feel like that is harder to do. It's harder to do with any measure of, feeling like it's not worthless, you know? And I don't know the algorithm we need to employ for that, like visible nodes that see each other that are at least X distance apart, like, I don't know. It's kind of tough. Interesting. Do I go for the Mocha, though? I think I do go for Mocha. Neat. When entering the Vase teleport line, create dummy of your character at the beginning that attract enemy aggro so you can use Vase more as safety emergency escape. Oh, the Void Cradle. Interesting concept. I'm gonna veto it, though. I was thinking just manually make some shuffling for a bit of work though. I think that's too much work, and it's also something that's non-scalable with the rest of the game. Like, if a DLC comes out, we don't want to be like, oh, have to work on Vase again, you know? It's kind of something important. Every single stage? There are so many stages. Unfortunately. It's possible, though. We could. Alright, Disputed, let's hear your idea. And make it a serious one. I need, like, a real one. I think it was a quality chest on there. Make the vase line ricochet. What do you mean by that? Like, the line when you shoot it, it bounces off a wall? Or, like, you shoot the line and it bounces shots or something? What if you have something like, use it X times in the run, then give a vase line on the moon to players skip with? I don't know. To me, that just, like, makes you want to pick up something else, which is, like, you know, maybe a bit. Make the line inflict a status effect enemies that touch it. I've heard a lot of, like, stuff like that as well, like, make it a stun line, or, you know, do a little bit of, like, damage, tripwire stuff. I kind of had one idea similar to that, but I don't know. I don't know if it would be fun enough. I think it's kind of a backup plan kind of idea, I guess, but this guy's kind of in my face. Like, too much portal, let me launch enemies with the TP. No, a lot of people are saying that too, just like something that you can just pull enemies in with. But I need to turn on this music, actually. I can't think. I think that is too similar to Cube, actually. Primordial Cube, I think. That's like kind of the only purpose of it. And kind of taking that away just feels like we're remaking it, in my opinion. And now that equipment just feels worse. I don't know. I guess you can hold the equipment button to have it trail behind you so you can teleport backwards. Like Tracer from Overwatch, and have it explode in the area you just started. That is interesting. I've liked your approaches, Soggy, actually, recently. Hold it when you're running, and you can teleport back to where you started holding it. Interesting. That's a new concept. I mean, like, it's Tracer, but it's a new concept from anything I've seen recently at all. Interesting. You get +1 point for that. Interesting. I like the way you think. What if it worked like Repossess, where anything in a radius around you gets teleported to the endpoint, and higher qualities have a larger radius? It's funny that so many ideas that I've seen, I've had and talked to Gorak about, like, weeks ago. But I think it's because it's just a natural evolution of the idea. Like, it's funny just seeing ideas kind of... Everyone has them, you know? Like, everyone has similar ideas, it feels like. It's like the 4D thing, you know? Every time you stream, I get weather alerts. No. I'm good for the plants. Or something. Abandoned my schoolwork to brainstorm quality ideas on stream. Keep it up, actually. I'm gonna write your idea down. I'm gonna write some ideas down today, but... Okay, cool. Base is such an overly simple equipment that it's hard to come up with unique additions to it. Yeah, it's really tough. Some items are like that too, you know, like, but let it somehow give you better control over stage routing. I mean, maybe. How do you suppose we do that? Not to say that what you said is a bad suggestion. I like when people kind of bring up suggestions like that. Like, hey, maybe this is in the area we should start thinking. Maybe we should start thinking about this type of thing. Roger from Bellatra, that puts you back 1 anti. That's already prayer beads, basically. Like an shrine where you can choose the next stage. I feel like if we didn't have the dream portal stuff, that would be awesome. But I feel like since we already have that in the game, it feels like, oh, why would I do the vase thing when I can just go to the bazaar? Anyway. You know what I mean? Got him. Let you choose your boss? No, 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 no. No, no. Hi, Race. I love your streams and videos. Thanks for watching this stuff, man. I love you too. In a very metaphorical way. Could be born and increase speed in it. That's the last thing I'd ever do, I think. A lot of people are saying that, so I do want to reiterate, right? Dude, there's so many mending. I don't even know where they are. Things that make sense aren't always the things that are fun. And I think that is so important to sometimes just let go of. Right? Dude, the damage here is crazy. Just gonna ignore the boss for a bit. Yo, first time checking out the streams. What up, Marcy? Thanks for clicking on the Twitch button. I assume you watch the YouTube stuff, so hell yeah. Sorry, I need to play the game for a second. If I miss one of your ideas after this teleporter, you can repost it, but give me a second here. Gotta multitask. Thank you. The quality base lets you place endpoint nodes instead of a line, and you can teleport to that endpoint from anywhere you can see instead of a designated start point. I just feel like it'd be hard to kind of like choose those points, I suppose. Like the functionality of vase would be kind of overwritten, I think. Or like the vanilla vase. That's something that we haven't really done, right? Like where you can't just use the base item as is, and I think that's kind of the challenge with equipment specifically. Is to how to make them do something extra that isn't just, you know, overriding what they're doing. Consider this. How do I do that? Holy shit, he has a hat! What the fuck? How did you do that? Hold on, I have to make sure that my thing is working. Okay, good. Dude, he has a hat. You use the vase that pulls an unopened chest from the map to your location. I've had some things like that pitched to me, but I'm not so sure. Okay. So I'm gonna do this. That's just maybe vase increasing the proc vision after exiting, but also Behemoth does for explosions. Yeah, I'm not so interested in that kind of damage increase. I name this again because I don't think you've seen. What about passively increasing natural blue portal spawns with quality 5 making it guaranteed? I think that counts as something that, like, so I like that the idea is original, but that counts as something that makes sense within the fold of what Vase could do, but it also wouldn't be that exciting for me to, like, hold on to it, right? Like, picture yourself opening a equipment barrel and seeing the legendary vase pop out, and you're like, oh my god. And it's like, you get a blue portal for free, so you save 1 lunar coin per stage. And it's like, well, I feel like it'd be a little bit of a letdown. Even if it makes sense, I'm more interested in making it cool than I am making it make sense at this point. I think I'm far beyond that. I send you straight to the moon. Yeah, is that fun though? is that what we want? I want to play less of the game. I feel like I'm gonna see that joke a lot, aren't I? Chance to refresh a chest +1 per tier, so just Sailstar. No. Can't be. Pause time. I don't know. I don't know about that one. Speaking of which, why can't I get any fucking equipment on this run? Can I even kill this guy? Uh-oh, I'm dead. Oh my god. Can we bring him off the map or something? Space to make Halcyon a good enemy? That's not something that we can even do. Sorry. Have you read any replies to the YouTube post? You're just going in completely blind. I read a few, and then I realized that I was getting a lot of replies on it, and I was like, okay, I will bring this to stream later. Killing enemies while holding vase. Launch surrounding enemies into the air and cause them to take increased fall damage similar to transport drone. Are we recreating Breaching Fin from First Principles? Perhaps. Dude, I don't know how to get this guy out of that corner, but I don't want to go over to the corner. I think a potentially good idea is making it so each tier breaks a line, or makes a line last longer, and use it to place more. Max quality would be permanent. It's not the first time I've seen that, actually. I've seen some wanting more permanent lines. Which, I don't know. I think it's totally fine and it makes sense, but would that be exciting enough? Why is he going all the way around, man? All chests you missed from previous stages. Higher quality, having a chance to up the item quality. That's kind of a new idea. Kind of like... But I also kind of like the idea that you get punished for missing chests on stages. Darkman, what up, man? This is good. This is good brainstorming. Idea: chance for items to cycle between 2 items back and forth. Quality 5 makes it guaranteed. I need you to be more clear on what that means for me, I think. I'm not quite so sure. Get a temporary item. We can't use any temporary items because Vase is non-DLC. And temp items are specifically bound to DLC 3. When an enemy touches the line, it vanishes, and a quantum clone of it with half damage and health... Hold on, I'm being shot at. Appears from each end. Quality levels increase the number of splits. So just cloning enemies, seem. This thing has got to go, man. Oh god. Please just go off the side. What about if I jump off? Could you jump off with me? I'm watching his line. Come on, dude. Hello? Okay. How do I kill him? He has too much health. I have... I can't kill him. I don't have any stun. Boss and Umbral? Legitimately, this enemy is so fucking tanky for no reason. I don't get it. At a quick time event with Vase where you have to click Q specific times during the line to add a point to increase its speed. That's interesting. I don't think I would do that, but I think that's really interesting, actually. I love spending 30 minutes fighting the same enemy on stage 2 because they didn't balance this thing enough. Yeah, give him some high ground, why don't you? Are you stuck up there? No. Come get me. It's so easy. Just walk here. Walk right here. Yeah. Wow, you made it. How did you make that? Oh, we got him? Oh, we didn't get him. Okay. Jesus. Uh-oh. Jesus Christ. Okay. my god. It gets worse every time I fight this thing, actually. It's actually insane. Sure. Not good. Not good. Not good. I got it right. Oh, I left a drone. Okay. I think about it more. I really like the idea of Vase trapping enemies in it and launching them at the end of the line, dealing more damage and launching them for the higher quality. I've seen that quite a bit, actually. Maybe. So I say open a chest and a hoof pops out. If a quality case activates, that hoof will now cycle to, say, a syringe after 2 seconds and back to a hoof. So just kind of like adaptive recycling. I think that's too powerful. It's a little bit too much for me. Should we give up everything we have for Best Buddy? How about an equipment? How about that? You gain the ability to use your abilities during the teleport. Unlock a new ability with each tier. No, too much work. Give yourself another one-time use equipment when you use it. Maybe 1 equip or 1 use per tier. How would that work? Like, would you have to swap to this other equipment? Kind of like you have a, Buppler or something? How do you feel eccentric enough? It's hard. It's really hard. I've been stuck on Vase for so long. So long. Tough. Just lasts as long as your cooldown, maybe? Yeah, but if you got that, would you be like, wow, this is really awesome? I'm looking for something a little bit more transformative, I think. Just talked to the guy who modeled Drifter and drones, by the way. Oh, hell yeah. And are they agreeing to work on your project? Ooh, found a scrapper. That's awesome, by the way. Oh. I'm suggesting being able to shoot during it. I don't think that's enough. I think it also bleeds into encouraging players to stay inside the vase too much. I actually don't want people to want to be in the vase, if that makes sense. I think that just leads to kind of people having less fun and not realizing it. This guy just slid after me, what the fuck? This is my contract, gotcha. We do have a crypt printer over there, so maybe we can, we don't really need the ocular head over there. Water quality vase became the wacky wasteland perk from Fallout and just spawned weird stuff. Like what? Kind of weird stuff. Like nightmares. Dude, that's a crazy orb that stalled on the wall behind me and then came back through. Enemies that walk past the start point get sucked in and sent to the end point. The higher quality, the larger the enemies can teleport. Generally, you can teleport bosses. This is like, I think, one of the most common ideas, actually, that I've seen so far. Which is really funny to me. Not to say it's bad, but it is really interesting to see that being echoed a lot. That is kind of weird. It's too similar to a cube, I think. I'm gonna be really picky, by the way, and like it's okay. I actually really appreciate everyone's ideas. But I'm also allowed to be super picky, so. I hope no one feels like I'm insulting their ideas or anything. We've gotten a lot of chance stall effects here. I appreciate all of you. The fact that you're here at all, trying to help out. Double tap equip button to teleport to a safe place with barrier movement speed and all skills off cooldown. Yeah, define safe space though. We can't actually determine what is safe or not. And then at that point, like, I guess we could just teleport you and just say, hey, you have an elephant buff. But like, you know. Engineer bubble? Yeah, what if we teleport you with an engineer bubble into the middle of a void seed? You know, like, we'd have to go through like every situation. Oh, nice. Would you rather the vase, quality vase maintain the vase identity, like teleport enemies, or be something totally different, like making the beam deal damage in some way? I mean, at this point, I think I'm kind of looking for new concepts and ideas for vase than kind of keeping its core identity. I always try to go as far as I can and try to keep the core identity of an item if I can. With this one, I don't know if I can or not. That's what's, I mean, you know, we've seen that with some other items as well. Just kind of abandoning the use cases, and we're going like maybe thematic or something like that. Another opal printer, huh? 1 billion revives, surely. We'll let you see what the next stage will be at the teleporter and let you reroll it using the equipment. I'm not sure, because it's just so easy to do with just going to the blue portal, right? That's kind of what I'm worried about. Like, are we just saving you a couple coins? Is that all it's doing? Can you make temporary terrain? Theoretically, yes, I imagine. Looks like we can't really go blue portal this run. The Siren's Call. Sure does. I don't really think I need the common opal there. I need AoE. I don't think there's anything left, so time to pick that beautiful item up. Oh, there was that. Never mind. I'm stupid. I could have pulled a recycler from the adaptive. Can a buff to all your stat subjects in the vase be too cheesy? Yes. I think it would also encourage people to go into the vase and get out of it too much, which I don't really want. And you could make it so it's like a one-time use for only on the vase, but I don't know. People would just use it like a short little line, get buff stats, and then kind of move on. I feel like that's It feels more like you're abusing the item at that point than actually using it. If that makes sense. There are portals that last forever, but the amount you can have scales with the quality, and they all connect to each other. I think it'd be kind of hard to design a way that you can flow through the portals well enough, maybe, without like throwing you into walls and things. On entering a stage, before you spawn in, gain a choice of guaranteed interactable spawning. Out of a choice of 2 skills with quality, example, choose between a starting spawning scrapper or void cradle. Comes in full with freeze drone. I like that you're going a new direction. I also think that's too powerful for me. That seems like too much choice. Did you get a sale start? Let's open this up right now. Why don't we? How much health is that? 50 per? Okay. Oh, and it's on fully charging a teleporter. So we got it at literally the perfect time to get the buff from this teleporter. Isn't that insane? Wow, only because it was inside. Keep on finding to shoot. Throw things through it. Causing increased speed and damage is based on objects' movement speed. So what kind of objects are you thinking? What do you mean by that? How do you get the equipment swapped to be on a different keybind that interact? It's a mod. I don't remember the name of it. Switch equipment hotkey or something? Special Best Buddy that uses a teleporter line to fire itself at enemies like a cannonball. Whoa, I love Best Buddy. That's so true. Could have gotten that, but I don't know. I just clicked. That's weird, because I did see the syringe come up after the Reckler, but it actually gave me the Reckler. Odd. I don't know. Missed out on a band, I guess, and some bleed. How about some delicious missiles? Maybe I should have grabbed that caffeinator. We have ICBM. Oh no, the equipment button instead places down a set waypoint that has a limited number of uses. Pressing the equipment button while aiming at a waypoint teleports the player to the waypoint instantly. Only a certain amount of waypoints can be active at once, with the number active and uses available depending on the quality of the vase. Actually, maybe. I actually have a way that could work. I'll write it down. Okay, cool. Let's go get some crits. Did you say Fathomless is like an Umbral in terms of buffing the boss, or more like a full rework of Voidling? It's more like a full rework. Maybe make the vase a portable scrapper with limited amount of uses per stage. Has skill quality higher, maybe like 5 to 7 items at legendary quality. I think that's too strong, actually. Where's the crit printer? Am I insane? Is that it? No. Oh, it's right here. It's behind the hill a little bit. Okay. I think we're good. I think I got everything. Do I want to go to wing? No, not right now. Trying something to a bullet would be funny. There is a way we could get something like that to work. Oh, I didn't grab the other equipment over there. Siren did not call today. A gas burner, a quality gas burner. Interesting. A void seed. Some potential already in it. I don't like this situation right now. It seems bad. I think we're doing some damage though. How do you feel about the DLC update teaser? I don't recall. For DLC 3? Or what are we talking about? Can you do the functionality of the equipment doing different things if you hold X for X seconds versus tapping it once? What do you mean by that? Functionality of the equipment doing different things. What different things? Probably stronger than the scrapper, but what if the base could be used as a mini chef station to find items after the boss has been killed? I think because we'd have to scale it with quality, that would end up being too powerful. I imagine. This thing has got to die. Oh, that hurts a lot, actually. Ow. We're just gonna use network suffering to kill those wisps, hopefully. Larva everywhere. What if using it on an enemy could get rid of it and make the enemies spawn at the teleporter event with reduced health based on quality? Oh shit. Dude. I need something else to kill this guy for me. Oh, they're on the same team though now. Oh god. How do I get something to fucking kill that? This is so bad. I'm gonna have to hit it with network suffering, and then just try to kill other things, I guess. Gotta stop now. Jesus. Average mana run? No, actually. I spent so long in stage 2 trying to kill a Halcynite that it fucking destroy me. Just a wave of his hand. If I get hit by that Titan, it is over. I think this is actually an elite wisp underneath the cover of it. Okay. Ooh, we do have a Reaver. Shadowstone Films Imps, I know. Are quality meals planned, actually? They originally were. I think I might cut them from the scope, though. So we'll see about that. Oh, I know. I mean, everything can be quality, but like, you know, you have so much to do and so little time. Starting meals by too strong? I don't think that's the case. I don't know. They might be. Maybe, actually. What the fuck? Where's the chest? I need to open it. Okay, you're targeted. Now I'm probably targeted. Yeah, if that hand hits me, I am dead. There's nothing I could do about it. Thank you. Okay. Alright. Give me a firework. And we're kind of chilling. Spawn river bubbles at endpoints when they expire. No. I mean, they have to give up quality items for them, so they're balanced right. I imagine they'd be fine. Maybe. I don't know. I'm unsure what I want to do with that right now, but the quality meals have, if not been cut, taken a huge back burner. If they come out, it's going to be with boss items or after, and we're not there yet. Okay. I'm gonna kill this fucking guy. Okay. I was gonna say that bug better not go to the boss. Dude, that little laser thing. Holy shit. Okay. I shot my drone and killed it instantly. Yeah, wait. Hang you up and kill this guy. I was thinking that if you tab face once, it would retain its normal function, but if you held the equipment button down, you would shatter the vase. Hold on. Let me see where I'm going for a second. And you'd be transported to a dimension, same map, without enemies to allow you to reposition for X seconds. I've thought of something pretty similar to that, but not exactly like that. That's a pretty interesting idea, actually. I like the direction of it. I'll write down the direction of that. It's really hard to code. You'd be surprised what couldn't be done. But it is one of the more complicated ones. The thing is, Vase is going to end up being complicated pretty much no matter what, so we'll leave it to Gorak. That's why they're the literal best. Excuse me. Cup almost got me. Oh yeah, and yes, scavs could get quality equipment. Keep that in mind. That's a fun thing. Place the vase into the teleporter one time, and you can change the reward of the teleporter, like gain. Hold on. Jesus. Item, change boss pool, sacrifice reward to scrap items, things like that. Might be too powerful. Maybe. Interesting direction though. What if somehow gave the player option to surf on the tunnel and other rails like Solo Swing instead of going inside it? Not like a skate rail. And then shoot and use movement items for being vulnerable and call you to go faster. I just don't think it's like enough of a redo. Like the amount of work that would take for us to do that would be enormous. And I think it's like just for like kind of a cool visual effect. But I would need something more. Use existing mechanics that harder than many, but at least plausible. Yeah. It's very true. But I basically just make it not suffer from banter. They fixed that, don't worry. That was a long time ago. That was crazy, wasn't it? Let the player be actionable during the tunnel with adjusted stats based on rarity. I think it's not... Like, that's something that makes sense, but I want something grander than that, I think. I'm gonna hear that idea a lot, but... I want something big. Nah. Oh, Jesus. As you pick the next stage with a few more options, like... Ugh. Free Bortles quality increases. That's a very common idea, isn't it, today? It spawns 1 to 4 extra lines parallel to the initial one. While riding, you can press AD to swap between neighbor lines. Correct. Level orbs will spawn randomly but sequentially on the lines. Hold on. Between them, yeah, you are making Guitar Hero, aren't you? Interesting. Have not seen anyone recommend anything even close to that, so you get points for originality. Huge. Sure enough, I still think about it from time to time. Yeah, like... The remnants of Sots. Man. I need to kill this creature. I favorite Guitar Hero to go with Seeker DDR. Yeah, what if you use Meditate while you're doing the Guitar Hero? Why'd I buy that? I was gonna scrap that for free items. There you go, scrap it right now, basically. Jesus. Get away from me. Oh yeah, we have like several equipment on this map, don't we? I haven't opened them all yet. Honestly, give me the backup. I fuck with the backup. This shit rocks. Nice. How can we turn Elite Boss item into Osu even more rhythm games than our space game? Yeah, maybe I don't want that. Because we don't have a single firework yet. It's alright though. Was there another shrine or something up here, or am I crazy? Might be crazy. More crits nice though. Oh yeah, we do need to hit that and then we'll start TP. We're good, we're good. Fields? Yeah, maybe. We have quality pennies and stuff, so. Possibility. Could do that. Training machine. I don't know if I need it. Where is the teleporter? I see it. The teleporter. Speaking of fireworks, using base turns unit firework. That does. Hold on. Why is there 1,000 fucking golems? The backup is here. Cool. That is damage based on the enemy's proximity to the explosion. Not gonna lie, that sounds like volcanic egg. Yep, you got it. Midway through riding it. Okay, finally. Are there 3 or is there more? There's more. The orbs are going over this. How's that possible? Jesus. It's not a guy, it sure is. Alright. I get Gore's Tome. Beautiful. Make both edges of quality vase blue and orange. We could do that. 50% chance for vase to put a hat on you after you exit stacking. Holy shit. What if we could hold Q with vase and allow it to pass through geometry and be placed manually? When you say placed manually, how would you do that though? Target vase at the teleporter after stage finish to spawn a portal that takes you somewhere like Obliteration. You get to fight an extra boss with some kind of challenge for a word like a large quality chest, extra loot, etc. And then send the player to the next stage when done. That is too much work for that one. Let's open Desmos and edit the line. Ah, there we go. Hound might be too strong. Actually true. We got the Void Seed left. Probably do want to get rid of some drones. I have one Wungus. It's kind of crazy. Portal Gun, Risk of Rain, or just throw House Knight into the void instantly. If we were able to make a Portal Gun and not make it shit, we would have. I promise. I do have a DM with Korak where I was like, how unfeasible is that? It's pretty unfeasible. Sure. Very good. Hey, maybe we can do a little bit more in fields. Okay. Fathomless laser portal. Point to whatever you aim at. Yeah. Surely. When you use the vase, you turn into the line. You can move around like Volcanic Egg, but you make the vase's path behind you so you can make the vase the shape you want. If that's even possible, that is actually crazy. Actually. That's crazy. That's a brand new idea. So the vase drops on the ground and starts to activate on-kill effects on an 8-second interval. Holy shit. Hold on. What else do we want to get rid of here? It's about fine the way it is, I think. Sorry if this has been asked before, but will quality equipment update or quality equipment barrels be a thing? Yes. I need to get the mask. Once you see them, you'll be like, ooh, they're so cool. They are so cool. I love them. Targeting enemy with a vase allows you to dive into their consciousness and implode them from within. Whoa. Holy shit. You can play like Psychonauts. Damage, effect, or utility? Whatever is more fun. Usually damage effects aren't as fun though, but... I do want to get rid of both of these drones. I want to get rid of all of this shit so I can have scrap. Ow. What up, Onyx? up. Okay. I think using vase for an emergency option would make sense. Just like conceptually, maybe, sure. Do you plan to do lunar equipment? No, I'm not doing anything with lunars. That is past the scope of the project. Colony vase spawns random moon pillars, but they only affect enemies. How would that go? How's another drone on there? Wow. Okay. Using vase while aiming at an enemy swaps you with them, dealing damage to them and granting a small window. I've fall damage immunity or something. I ran out of ideas like 30 minutes ago. I'm just taking a shot in the dark. No, shots in the dark are good. Shots in the dark are how we get to new things. Hello. Ooh. Okay, we gotta find some barrels. Yeah, I probably already suggested this, but remove travel time and instantly teleport to where you're looking. Maybe have a marker to show where you were teleported. Probably not. I still feel like I want vase to be vase to some extent. Over just creates a bunch of permanent tunnels upon entering a stage that try to connect far ends of the stage with each other, making the stage more navigable, more quality, more perma tunnels. Someone's recommended that, but it's really, I think, too hard to make those randomly and also useful without doing it ourselves. Ooh, I have to get that somehow. I don't hate it. It's just, I think it's hard to do that one well, I think. Whoever just creates a bunch of permanent tunnels, or the, I've been doing so much boss gauntlet that not doing at least one mainline extra boss is so boring. It's a good thing, I think. But if you shoot one end of the vase portal with projectiles, it makes the projectile travel into it and exit the other end. The more they travel, the faster they go, and the result due to more damage. The higher the rarity, the faster the acceleration. I've come up with something like that, but when me and Grok were talking about it, we kind of came to the conclusion that not every character would be able to use it, and that might feel bad on that kind of point. I don't necessarily hate it. The thing that I came up with for kind of that was having projectiles. You could target the endpoint, and the projectile would bounce between the ends of the vase. And the higher the rarity, the more bounces it would have, dealing damage. But since there's too many loadouts in the game that can't use it, it feels like it could potentially just be kind of bad. Character can become projectile. I don't want people to be encouraged to sit in the vase for a long amount of time. That's one of my big points. My big no-nos. Maybe like a Hammer of Dawn from Gears of War would be kind of ridiculously overpowered, but it would also be sick. What does that mean? Just like a Diablo strike, or Diablo 2? Are there no barrels? We might have to do a vent. Oh, that's a sneaky chest. There's gotta be like a few more barrels. think the character becoming the projectile could be cool if you could only do it once per use. Yeah. That would probably be the case. We wouldn't want players just to keep doing it. So Goji actually recommended me something that I hadn't really seen before. And that's to kind of along the similar vein, shoot the vase, and instead of shooting out the end and killing something, you know, like a sniper bullet or whatever, so let's say one endpoint is here and one endpoint is here. So you go along here and you teleport back, like you goes like, you know, around, and once you go back, it explodes in an area. So you can kind of like kill things where you were, which I think is probably a better use case of it than creating a line and trying to kill something at the end, because usually things aren't that far away from you. Holding the equipment down charges up and blasts you into the would-be endpoint and damages everything in between. Big focused assault. Interesting, actually. I don't actually hate that kind of visual. I'm writing down a lot of ideas here. What if shooting out vase made branches that homed on nearby enemies and interactables so you could branch off into? A lot of people have been saying that one. Activating vase while it's on cooldown, TPs your last activation position, and it can be activated X times. TP activation also set a new TP location. I think I have one in my notes that's that, but I think a little bit better. I don't hate that though. Alright, let's do event. Oh, this is doable. Ooh, this kind of sucks. Hold on. Okay, we have enough for the large. God bless the backup. I will salute the backup over fucking Drone Boy any day. Easy. Having projectiles that interact with vase in some way create additional split shots, either homing or random directions. Dash attacks like Merc and Loader create shadow clones or some shit. That seems like a scope nightmare. Even if it's cool. Is this the only equipment you're having trouble with? Yep. They're all otherwise pretty much done. We're getting there. There's definitely a few ideas I've heard so far today that I would be okay using, which is a good thing. Or at least tweaking. Holy fuck! It's it! It's it! Dude. We're in. Now I just need shit that works with it, man. How much is this, by the way? 75%. Dude, I'm not the character. Well, I have a grenade. I mean, it's bigger. You pot or temp health shit? Not shit, fruit. I went temp health fruit. Okay, let's do another event, actually. I need to open stuff, but... Ooh, that's kind of dangerous. Very powerful. Oh god. Scary. Body behemoth babies, that would be so good right now. Is the idea of traveling through terrain an option? I don't think so. Is Reservoir Explosion? No. Got one Siggy Bomb. Only one. It's not enough. God, I wish I was like any other character right now, actually. I didn't mean that, Commando, I'm sorry. I need an FMP. Fuck, I need it. Shit. Ugh. What's this? Hi, Race, finally catching a stream from Australia. You're the best. Thank you, dude. I appreciate you. Give. Funny Wilbus effect wax quail. That's not an explosion. What the bounce thing you said? But I'm able to throw my drones and things like fireworks or ATGs. I think it's just really hard to do that. Call of Duty spawns a random survivor for X seconds as an ally, like the Artifact of Vengeance. I think that's too much of a thematic stretch. What's up, Knight? How's it going, dude? There's steak. I'm dying. I'm gonna pop transmitter. Never mind. That's just Goobo. It is. Oh, legendary wisp? I know. It's the first time I've ever gotten it. I'm running. I forget Goobo exists. I don't know, man. It's alright, we've all been there. Okay, I think there's just like, I know where the last chest is, I think. Then we'll just leave from there. Funny Goobo might just be like, fixes the AI. You wish. Now, Kata Goobo would be good, it'll be fun. But maybe a knockback shockwave at the end of the tunnel, similar to Railgunner's Mines, but only for enemies. I'm gonna say no. Dude, why do I only have one Wungus? This is terrible. Oh, sick. I could do more vents, I just don't want to right now. Cool. For very near the weaponized tunnel, what if rooted enemies that can touch the tunnel, sticking them on the tunnel line like a spiderweb for a while, with them getting immunity to beam thereafter, and then if you use the tunnel and pass through them, like you take a massive damage. Free if alive. No. Fighter Group has a 0.01% chance for us to join your game for 30 seconds. Yeah, I get a phone call and I have to log in. Oh, we have a house in Shrine. How awesome. Oh. I'm being lasered. Now you're dead, buddy. There's a large chest, but I'd rather something else. It's a shame that I'm not gonna be able to like really utilize the quality wisp this run. I got grenades. Oh, I did have a read-in scrap. It's true. There it is. The vase. The source of all of my problems. All of them. I haven't seen a quality chest yet, I don't think. Ugh, Jesus. I'm just gonna take that Seed of Life though. Have you had some trailing ideas for boss qualities, or have you just set those completely aside for now? Boss quality stuff is done. I might have to take another look at it before we release, and we'll probably end up doing some reworks before release, but they are done. They've been done. I think there's some really cool ones in there. Both things there. We have one key. Quality gloop, yeah. It'll be cool. Alright, we're just gonna go after a large chest that I saw. Those qualities are done, design-wise. Still gonna have to start on that after equipments are done up. Makes sense. You're like, what? Yeah. Well, that's our pillar skip. So there's another explosion? Yes. Look at how big this circle is right now. Jesus. Even if I'm not like a spur damage truther. Okay. Perp is grinding. I mean, they have been doing a lot recently, I will say. But a gloop should spawn a mini mobile turret that has gloop and that runs at an enemy. It's kind of like a little suicide bomber. Little creeper explosion. Oh, we have another thing. Wow. Isn't that cool? Sorry, back up. I don't want to play with you anymore. I think we're about ready. Okay, don't know why I picked up the second one. That is just like peak stupidity. You know the Spirit's Potion is twice as large as the indicator? No, I did not actually. Interesting. Who's you? More crits. Okay. It's that easy. Aha! I don't want that one. It was all part of my plan. Okay. The game can talk about base so much? I bet it can, and I bet it hates it. Why am I not good enough for you? It's thinking, surely. Okay, I think we're... Oh, we have to do House and I don't... Oh my god, I didn't even see that orb. That is crazy. Jesus. Almost done it. Any tips for getting better at using the loader grapple for mobility? Change your sprint key. Is the first one. Randomly lose all momentum is because you're probably hitting walls while you're doing it, and that stops your momentum completely. If I had to guess. Make sure you're always sprinting too. Is this terrible or what? Fuck you, buddy. I can't even hit him. Oh, he's gone. I don't know. Who knows? Well, now Vase just works like a loader grapple. If it didn't make Loader feel like her special thing was taken. What a consumed gun say I'm stupid more times. You'll see what it does. It's very good. It's the only equipment that's actually, I think, technically in the game. Maybe we took it out, but... Loading this, that'd be pretty cool. I agree, actually. If theoretically I had to switch to a new laptop and want to transfer logbook quality items, the way to do that, I already copy-pasted my normal save and it didn't keep my logbook. You have to copy your profile. Save. Wherever that is located. I'm surprised, surprised it didn't transfer over your save. That seems weird to me. Okay, thank you. Wow. More green scrap, I guess, for me. R2 Modman profile. I copied like the whole profile save folder, basically, but it has worked for me. We'll never get rid of you, my child. Still already planned for the equipment update? No. It's not. Why, do you have some notes on it, or do you want to work on it or something? Use Wither Sheet unlock with screenshots to unlock everything you need manually. You can do that, yeah. You can't figure out how to transfer the save. Finally, a last item. Good. Why not? I was pretty excited for it. I think it's really cool. It's gonna be something that we have to spend time to figure out how to implement, I guess. We have to make some decisions about what it means to get a fuel ray, I suppose. I mean, like, if it's something that could be done in like a day or something, like, I'll give you this. If you wanna work on it and finish it before Gorak is done with like everything else, I'll say sure, but it's not something I want to hold things back for because it's gonna be so rare. I have a certain vision for it though. A certain idea. Where is my scrap? I have 17. I don't know. I can't get 18. 19, 20? Yeah, maybe. Might lose on Deathmark because of that, though. Simeon supports dropping a quality fuel ray. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I don't know. I don't know how much extra work we need to do to get that one to work specifically. Will Raven show up in logbook? No, it wouldn't be a logbook thing. It would just be like an extra cool thing. Which I think is like, that's why I was just gonna put it in like the last update where, like, you know, pearls, fuel ray, microbots, that kind of stuff is. But alright, let's go. Ah. Damn. Oh, missed that. I'll get on the moon. Forgot I was gonna go back for it. Are you going to Fathomless with Void Portal or after Mithrix? I hope I answered your question. Spot will never be done. It has to be done. Project 4 has to exist. You're not going to be asked for updates every DLC. We're trying to make it so we have to do as little as possible for new DLC stuff. Quality aspects coming. Theoretically, that would be in the update with the pearls and fuel ray and stuff, but I don't know. If fuel ray makes it into this update, then we'll see. Oh, look at all those missiles. Huge. quality scrap turn normal scrap on the moon? Yes. Because right now there's nothing to do with quality scrap on the moon other than just brick your ability to use soups, so we were kind and we made it so you can actually do stuff here. I also feel like making the guaranteed items at the start and run having a quality variance is kind of bad, just encourages resets. There is a thing on that, but I mean, like, you know, is someone really going to want to play with Fuel Ray quality every time? No. Worst case scenario, they can also just go into their config, set it up to 100%, and then pick it up. If they like really want to play with it or something. Captain Microbots though, that might be something we find another solution for, but I don't know. We'll see, we'll see. Because I also don't want people to feel like they have to do that. But that's like so far away from what I'm worrying about right now, it's alright. It is very far away. Okay, I guess I'm getting Afterburner, which is fine, actually. Ooh, a band. Several of them. How many White Scarf do I have? Okay. Can I just, like... get up there without jumping? I can get so many of them. This area of the map is always so bad. It just spawns stuff endlessly when you're trying to get shit. Okay. Now where is the box? So it doesn't drop on the ground, right? It just gets put in your inventory? I believe so, yes. Thank you, man. If you hold R's, I think it's fine. Some people will always play like that. Maybe. Well, it's possible. It's just like, I don't know. It's gotta be a good way to do it. I see it. Okie dokie. Well, not the strongest, would create some fun synergies with quality Gome. You have an idea for quality reject? What do you got? If you take the Void Portal with the new Fathomless Void and you have quality scrap, when you reach the Void Locust, the quality scrap doesn't get converted to normal scrap. Is this something you might look into? Treat Void Locust like the moon. Maybe. Quality Fuel Ray adds really interesting in your risk reward, especially if you don't have an equipped stage 1, like you could risk it for the quality chance. Yeah. No, it is interesting, actually. What's written on the sheet, actually, for that one? Because... yeah, I'm gonna need to talk to you, Onyx, about what exactly I am meaning by that description. As well. Let's see, what are we doing here? About Quality Base makes a course on the moon, and when you complete it, you get quality soup on the moon. No, I don't want people to have to do, like, parkour courses and stuff. You just gotta jump, man. It's hard to look down, but I have so much, height. For 100 minutes yapping out quality ideas, I have spent thousands. This is nothing. I do appreciate everyone's ideas, by the way. I like the way some of you think, and it's nice to get some other perspectives that are just to bounce ideas off the wall and stuff. You're good. Two reds are better one most of the time. Sometimes. Jesus. Hello? So fast. Drive-by M2 shot. Will the game be made harder after the Cold Equipment update? I don't know yet. It might be. We'll have to see though. Alright, step 1 done. I just jump, I guess. I had a Mander run with 3 legendary wisps because of a scrapper, and nades were wiping the map. Dude, that's sick. Also, we don't have to pay 10 coins anymore, I guess. Or it's just instant. No! What the fuck? Hello? Trying to heal up a little bit. Dude, I forgot we had a thing. What the fuck? Network suffering is a totally normal item. Ooh. Get me out of here, buddy. Okay. Jesus. Let's keep moving. Dude, that visual looks so much better too. Don't jump. Jesus. Another completely broken ass run to get here. Ugh. Dude, it tries to track you. Okay, good. Does that orb not go away? Uh-oh. Okay, thank God. GG. Imagine a False Sun rework from this modder. This modder? You mean Nuxlar himself? Umbral Mithrix creator? Fathomless Voidling? Summoner? Would be cool. Yeah, this random modder. Okay, hold on, let me turn on a fan. I'm hot. Okay. Spam swilling update. Big polish updates. It's good. So, let's go over some stuff. So for the next little while, we're gonna go over the post I made on YouTube, all the comments and ideas and stuff. I'm gonna be writing stuff down. You guys can give me your... So this is the way it's gonna work. If I read an idea and then you really like it, you can post the emote for like legendary, epic, rare, or uncommon. Try them out now. And you can kind of, you know, I can get a good view of if you guys like something, if I have questions about it or whatever. Kind of see what we think overall. Yeah, like that. Let me find the post. And we'll get to the comments. On a scale of quality, legendary to downvoted. Hold on, let's check our logbook real quick. But yeah. I know we have something special. Oh, there it is. Is it yellow? What the hell? Is it normally yellow? I thought it's blue. Why is it yellow? Interesting, I guess. Alrighty. It is Vase. I think the quality models aren't different. I know, we didn't redo everything. It's crazy. Okay, so far we have over 200 comments on this post. Thank you guys, I appreciate that. Jesus. It is crazy. Let me see here. Okay. We'll put this off to the side. Over here, we'll do this. All right, I guess, kind of. All right. Let's see. I like... This is not good music for this, even though it is nice. Oh, they changed some things over there. What is like over here, you know? All right, so this is the post. Let's get going through them. Hold on one second. I need to have my notes on another monitor over here. Okay. A cool riff from the soundtrack plays while in the vase. Volume scales with quality. Any thoughts? Why is my Slay the Spire streamer playing different games? I don't know. Why is he? Can you guys read it, or do I need to zoom in more? The teleport line does damage to enemies like an electrical field. I think we're gonna see this a lot. Quite a lot, actually. Sona's reply is even. Enemies automatically use the wormhole when they walk into the entrance. Would be really funny to see them teleport off the map. This one, oh, hold on. You just show it on newest. Okay, okay. 1 minute ago, look at this. I think the simplest thing would be to let you have multiple on the stage at once, with a legendary maybe allowing for an indefinite amount of them. I think I see a lot of those. I think I'm looking for something more transformative, though. Make an AoE detonation at the exit of a tunnel. I feel like, okay, hold on. There's gonna be about 5 different, 5 different types of vases that we see, I think. Well, let me see here. And we're gonna make this, says 50. Okay. Explosion on exit 1. What's the new one here? What's the other one? Pull enemies into vase. One. Okay. Oh yeah, damage on contact. For sure. Contact, damage, 1. Okay. Small temporary stat buff when exiting, depending on how far you use it, and duration works likewise. Stronger duration as quality scales. I think I'm looking for more than stat buffs, but the basic idea of like duration with length is kind of interesting. Exiting vase gives bonus movement speed, an amount duration scales rarity, and causes a large explosion. If you want to really alter the gameplay, vase use create extra tunnel, +1 to tunnel per rarity. Once you enter and exit the tunnel, extra hard light copy will spawn a tunnel. These copies have their own movement AI, but they inherit your items. This is so complicated. Aim where you do and use the same ability you do. Sadly, these cones will last for 6 seconds and only have 5 health each. Why sadly? I could just make it not do that. You could probably tell I was inspired by that one risk of rain return mechanic. I was. Let's have another thing for multiple vase lines. Okay. Count 2 already. That is true. The tunnel path deals... Alright. Did you guys say it was... Can you guys read it? Maybe I need to zoom in a little bit more, but... Oh god, there's so much more over here. Okay. Jesus. Maybe not, though. Okay. Tunnel path deals damage for the entire duration of the equipment. And kind of work like a laser you can place around choke points on top of it for movement. Damage attacks with quality. You can join the line at any point along it. I'm going to count that as multiple wastelands. How's the brainstorming going? Basically just started here for the YouTube comment side. I think I got a few notes from stream side, though, that was actually really good. So this is very helpful. If you shoot the beam into the sky and then enter it, it will teleport you to the next stage. All right, hold on. I have to make a new thing. This is the first next stage teleport that I'm sure we'll see a ton of. +1 stage per skipped per increase in quality. Legendary container the moon on any map. Alternatively, no, it's too much. It's too much. They give you a damage boost on how far the transport line is, how far you're in the beam for. I think just general damage stat boosts are just something I don't want to go into. On top of my head, and by the way, I thank you to everyone who's left a comment and everything. Accelerate faster, more range. I'm gonna make another one for that as well. Move faster. Slight invul when entering, exiting. Something I want to discourage very much. Make something like Surgeon Reprieve, maybe become a heavy attack that collide with things. Does that count as explosion on exit? Maybe. An exit buff? Okay, I'll have one more. Actually, I have an idea for the music. Here we go. Why is YouTube lagging? Hello? It's trying so hard. Is my internet down? Nope, it's just this YouTube page won't load the video. It's crazy. I heard someone else say that they're slowing shit down if you have an ad blocker, but do I believe it? I don't know. It won't even like load the volume. That is crazy. Jesus. You doing quality race and getting the legendary vase that takes me to the moon? Dude, it'd be crazy. Alright. Well, maybe I just can't use YouTube right now. Who knows? Actually. I think you could make it so the first time you exit a given vase tunnel, you gain some buffs. Boom. Duration scales how far I've traveled. For the different quality thresholds, each could scale the magnitude of the buffs or duration of the buffs, maybe just distance. So like every time I see a thing like this, I actually think it's reasonable, but I think that I don't want to do buffs anymore. So I'm just gonna veto them. Can instantly teleport you to the location that you select for the tunnel endpoint, and at the tunnel starting point, it should form a black hole type effect. That or it should only have the instant teleportation augment on its vanilla effect and have a significantly reduced cooldown and tunnel duration. I don't think that's necessarily enough. If we had something with instant teleporting, we want more shit to do with it, I think. Collision-based damage on speed along the line is neat. It could be. We'd have to refactor how we do the vase aiming and stuff. Brainstorming or green needling, terrible joke. It is already perfect at what we use it for, skipping pillars, so you can't improve on that. Very bold statement. To say something I haven't seen yet on the comments yet, it could include as a little secret, fall damage immunity when landing, could apply an entangled debuff to enemies that touch a tunnel. This debuff could have a damage share effect like a less busted network suffering. That might be too strong. What a Vivi. We're just going over some vase stuff at the moment. Hold on, I'm going to give these backgrounds so we can make sure we read them. Okay. Tangle debuff could stack instead upon reaching a threshold and teleport the enemy further distance away from the player, optionally damaging it with an optional camp on how many times it can do that per activation or per enemy. Okay. I think this is too much for that. Last idea would be paired up the vase taking a Mithrix. It could help you duel him afterwards. Perhaps. Upon exiting, it will give you a single headset effect that causes a modified Vand or Needle-Tick proc on impact. Flavor being a collapsing wormhole or something. Does that count as explosion on exit? Are we counting that one? I think the issue with stuff like this is I don't want to step on other items. The point is to find something new. Has multiple charges, but only when in the vase, so you can zip, zap, make a network. Either that or increase duration uptime, so you don't have to waste a charge later on getting to that printer. I count those multiple vase lines. Explosion happens eventually. Maybe. Can create up to X permanent wormholes that need no surface to latch. Mid-air if needed. Combat actions are possible at X rarity. It kills you instantly. Actually, I like this guy. Let's use Silzo on the vase. I don't think that's enough. Give extra damage for 10 seconds that scales off distance traveled. A lot of the distance traveled. But that is exit buff. First original idea. Activate the vase to record movement after so much time or recast of said equipment. Have it reverse your movement to the original position. So that is the second tracer. I don't think the tracer idea is bad, actually. I will say. I don't think it's bad. On cooldown, activating again will give you a Huntress long dash. I feel like we're going to see a lot of that. Hold on, I'm going to write down a blink. Huntress blink. Okay. The lines stay longer permanently, so if you have a fuel cell quality base, can make your own rapid transit highways across the map, going from one end to the other. Okay, that is multiple vase lines. Oh, we're at 6 on that one. Which isn't like a bad idea, just we're keeping note. Enemies take damage in the beam line. That is contact damage. We're at 3. You can hold the equipment button to create a visualization of where the vase trail will be placed and release to activate. If you do, enemies that are within meters of the vase trail upon creation enter the trail and exit at the opposing end to the player. That is pull enemies into vase. I like the idea of adding the get out of bad situation effect that the vase already provides. There isn't too many trap abilities in the game, just for a few from crowd control characters. They make it cool to make it have a dual use, something you can get out of bad situations, like a trip bar that makes enemies have that issue for a short moment. If it didn't have the if you do clause at first, I think always sending enemies into the end of the trail could put you into a worse spot. What about once the stage gain gold distance traveled? No. Quality base idea has little disciple projectiles spawning as you go through the tunnel, but I feel like something like that has probably been thought out. It has. In fact, let's what would I count that under? Maybe that's a new one we have to put down, but something simple but strong like an instant teleport. Let's just rename the Huntress Blink. Instant TP. Okay. Which I think have a lot of value. Alt fire where it can be used as a grapple like loader. The loader one. Hey Race, I just died on Prime Meridian because while I was jumping in the boost pad to receive a blessing, a Grove Tender spawned in front of me, boosted up before me, and then when I boosted up, it shotgunned me straight into the ground at 1,000 miles per hour. Get owned. Inherently being inside the vase isn't fun, which is, yeah, why up here I said, please don't have anything that encourages staying in the vase. Its log implies it is some way an extra dimensional space inside the vase. Maybe you could almost use it as a storage. By putting the vase at an interactable such as a chest, shrine, barrel, scrapper, You can store it inside the vase. The amount of interactable skills with quality can then maybe allow players to put interactables through the regular teleport lines, and it makes allowing you to essentially move shit around from across the map. I think I've seen another one of these as well. So I'm gonna make it a thing. Vase storage. Oh my god. Made it too big. Interesting. Once activated, spring speed steadily increases. Sprint speed. If a sprint is released, it goes down to base. So kind of like a, you know, an exit buff for like Spurge. Okay, once activated, okay. Should increase the speed at max level and level instantly teleport. I'm gonna give that more of a move faster. Oh my god, it's Breach. Staying inside Vase charges a scaled buff that increases part longer you travel inside Vase. Each tier of quality could possibly no particular order or number. This is an exit buff. Increased damage, cleanse debuffs. I have like a parry, giving you proc. Unleash an explosion when you reach the exit of Vase. Oh, we're getting multiple on this one. Give armor while inside Vase increased speed. Move faster, that's number 3. Possibly in order of quality tiers be uncommon. Okay. The thing is, I'm still kind of trying to avoid the exit buff thing, although they aren't bad. It turns you green. That is a good one. What up, Confused? Make it so I can grind on it like Sonic Riders. I feel like I'm gonna see a lot of these. Hold on. For sure. Okay. Actually, maybe... yeah, we make this just a little bit less opaque so we can see the vase in the background on this. Okay. Maybe allows non-boss type enemies to enter it or are sent in the direction of the initial use. Pull enemies in a vase. We're at number 3. Never mind. I like the electric damage idea. Someone else said. Never mind. We're at contact damage 4. I hold down equip to trap you and enemies inside a circle. Enemies in the circle take a lot more damage. That seems just like you doing damage. I mean, I get that's a little bit different, but make it green, then it kills you instantly if you grind on it. 1v1 arena? Maybe. Have it transport and damage enemies instead of the player, but vastly shorter range. That is pull enemies in the vase number 4. Upgrades have increased range and max amount of enemy on the side, but no increase to damage. I think that counts as also contact damage. You gain temporary stats depending on how long you spent in the vase. Are we seeing a pattern yet? Yes. Have an explosion at the end on use. No patterns here. Has anyone mentioned entering, exiting, triggering an interactable? Clear overlap with Caffeinator, but might be worth noting. No, but I don't think I'm going to go with that one. I want something unique and not just Caffeinator. I don't think vase should deal damage. Nice. I think that quality vase should function like volcanic egg, but without damage. You leave behind a freeform vase trail behind you. Is the person in chat the person who said this? Like on this comment? Is this your YouTube account? Or did you guys have the same idea? Or did you steal it from them? This was 2 hours ago. Yeah, I think this is actually really interesting. So, create a field that teleports enemies away after exiting. I'm gonna count that as explosion on exit, actually. Make the vase be able to curve. I don't know how you could make this work, but I hope you keep it mobility focused. How about using it connects to the endpoint of the previous endpoint, like a Bezier curve, XPaths? You're the curve guy. A lot of curve ones. Maybe. I don't really know if that would matter in a lot of situations, though. Prominent and Kabibos had a genius idea. That's funny. Damage reduction or barrier while traveling. Damage reduction or small damage increase for a couple seconds after exiting. That sounds like an exit buff to me. These are things I just want to enjoy or avoid, right? I don't want to encourage people to have damage reduction while in it because they'll just be in the vase, right? Try to think about something unique, and this is what I got. Use vase to create an entrance that grabs all interactables and turrets. Vase a second time to drop it. Vase storage is up to 2. Nothing but a sketch idea, but it keeps vases very powerful, purely transportation equipment. Yeah, I don't think it's bad. I've had similar ideas. This was one of my first ideas for vase, like months ago. But increase its speed so you can make vase cannons or be able to hold any movement key. Move faster up to 4. The first time you enter the tunnel after activating the equipment, you get a defensive buff to encourage using vase during combat. I don't want that. I'm gonna count that as exit buff. Separate question, with the introduction of quality equipment, will bottled chaos be changed to activate the corresponding quality? Yep. You're invulnerable and damage stuff as you go through the wormhole, and ramming at enemies resets the cooldown so you can change them together. I just don't want to encourage that. I'm gonna count that as contact damage. I think it's similar to the portal gun. Can't. It's too hard. We just don't know how. Hold on one second. Exiting a thing early gives you a huge momentum, and you can slam it at enemies for damage. I'm counting that on explosion and exit buff. Any enemy that passes through the wormhole will create a doppelganger of itself and start attacking for you. A lot of people like the kind of Goobo effect, actually. I think I don't really want to go with any of those because every time we have things like these, people don't like them because their AI is shit. Teleport you to a parallel universe where your wife doesn't cheat on you. Huh. Maybe I'll create a war banner around each entrance. No. Too broken. That is an exit buff, you're right. Near the beginning and end point of the vase, send out a shockwave that roots enemies. I'm not sure. I don't think so. I don't want that. Along with entering it, you can choose to send an explosive through the vase, exploding on the other side and destroying the tunnel. Damage on the side of the explosion scale off of tunnel. Well, that is 8 on explosion. If anyone said a Goobo effect, it'd be quality Goobo. Yes. Not sure if this is really feasible or usable, but it could be fun to allow zigzagging. Maybe once per quality level, you can reactivate the vase while traveling in it. Zipline to change the course of the zipline. I'm going to count that as multiple vase lines. I've kind of thought about this, and I don't think it's enough for me. I've seen a couple of people recommend this kind of thing. I think it makes sense on paper. I think in actuality, I don't really want it. Should act as a Huntress Blink ability. That is instant TP. We got a big one here. Can both sides constantly summon something while it's active? I guess friendly teleport minions wouldn't do, but what about just any projectile that targets enemies in a certain radius? Add a proc coefficient to them. Now it feels kind of not balanced. Stun enemies in a certain radius while entering the portal, gain temporary buffs. Also kind of cringe, but let me imagine that the portal itself is connected to a different dimension. After entering, it will transform into a creature with its own skill set while the portal is active, as we have a secret character heretic, but something more useful. I guess it's too much work to add a fully new character for this. I think it is. What else? Once in end seconds, consume enemy in a certain radius from entering the points that gain buffs. Had a cooldown conversion. Interesting. Just make higher quality have more charges, just like if you had gotten a fuel cell. I'm sorry, Philbot. I think this is the worst idea of the day, but I will count it as multiple baselines. Not 89. Sorry. Casting different length holes could give you different buffs. Short ones could give damage armor, while long ones could give movement speed or something along those lines. I don't want the exit buff, but I actually think that's a really creative approach to that. We haven't seen anything yet that has talked about the length of the vase line. That's really interesting. I like novelty. You bounce back and forth in the vase line and has a damaging field that surrounds the player as you travel through it. That is contact damage. That's also encouraging the player to stay in it, which I do not want. What's the yellow circles? Quality. No, I don't want. All right. My idea, Quality Vase allows you to draw your own path and create tunnels similar to the ones found in Conduit Canyon, where you can enter and exit at any time in any direction. So this is kind of similar to the vase line, or the egg lines. Again, which is a good idea. It's be insanely good for mobility, especially if you found it in early stages. Imagine it's your first item with no movement. Draw a line around the map and use it to scout as a way to move chests. Still vase, you're never going to want something like Tricorner Card. This gives way better mobility. But I also think it would be good, more unique to staying true to the item. I think if you made the item do damage, it would still get overshadowed by all the other damage equipment, and you have to lure them, which is already annoying. If you made it give buffs, it sort of defeats the purpose of them, since you're realistically never going to want a Vase Gwyn Mithrix. See, this guy gets it. I can allow for more actions to be taken while vasing, shooting abilities, etc. This is hard. Vase is kind of weirdly boring, huh? True. I can allow it to move entities as well. Ooh, that is a pull enemies in. We're at number 5. Either on paper ideas or deal damage. Yeah, there's a lot of on paper ones for sure. Way to cover like the new vase-esque pass could work like egg. Dude, so many people have this idea. Interesting. Huh. Wow. They can fire rockets. No. My idea, on use, when you're getting transported by the wormhole, you can aim and change the direction of that wormhole while you're moving. That is vase lines multiple up to 9. The goal is allowed the creation of wormholes that can have various shapes while you're transported by it, which I think is reasonable, but I'm not going to do this one. I think only non-player thing that Vase should be able to move are interactables and turrets. Probably. Something like that. Upon exiting the vase, a player will have a random stat. The exit buff is very powerful. It's for duration of the tunnel's lifetime. I think we're going to see this exact idea probably 100 times. Not to say that's a bad idea. Just, it is funny. There's so many of them. Maybe it could be that you interact with the wormhole from further away, and you can travel faster the higher the rarity. There's a move faster up. Break the distance, it would let you use more frantic situations by making it more lenient, as well as the higher speed. Maybe. Upon use, apply 1 stack of bleed to the player for 8 seconds. Alright. Make it give you barrier while in it. I'm going to count that as exit buff. Well, held down lets you place it through surfaces if there's something like a shrine, teleporter chest behind it, basically letting you no-clip right to your destination. Maybe you could auto-ping if something is there when hovering over it through the wall. I'm not good at mods. It's alright. I don't really want the player to go through stuff, though, or like to be able to look through walls and be like, oh, I'm going there, right? While traveling, press M1 or something to change the direction it's traveling up to X times, where X is defined by the item quality. A little iffy on this part, but traveled fully, it could give some cooldown reduction to all your skills. Exit buff up. So I feel like stuff like this is a really good example of stuff that really makes sense. Like, oh, it's vase. This would make sense for the item. And it does, but it wouldn't be fun. And if someone picked this up, they'd be mad at me that I put that into the mod. Great Blue. I'll give you a programming challenge. Oh boy. Quality makes warping from node to node instantaneous and changes the skill from single use to stack use, like Visions or Multi's rockets. Interesting. I haven't seen anyone say that before. Multiple uses on it. Each quality tier increases the amount of nodes you can have down by 1. Having 3+ nodes would create a closed shape, as well as increasing the interact range for each node. This would allow you to set up kiting circles around bosses, snapping from node to node to avoid attacks. Imagine that being super handy in fights like Solus. If possible, maybe you can have the direction that you move based on where you're looking. Seems like a fun idea that fits the spirit of base. This is probably something closer to what I'd end up doing. I don't think it'd be exactly like this, but it'd be close. So that is spicy. Oh boy. Screw you for adding more replayability. My bad, my bad. I feel like something you could do with just in travel would be neat. One of the coolest things about Vase is that built a path traversal tool and an interesting on-the-fly movement option that can take you basically to any position on the map if your current one is looking bad. One current idea would be to turn into a boss elite nuker by adding an explosion at the end. That is number 9. Skills with distance. The big reason a lot of stages end up copy from my domestic, at least when it's maybe when a couple loops are bosses circling with the crowd. Instead, crowd requires you moving parts, walking in a circle that can't solve. You get a block in big circles around the map until you whittle everyone down. What if you just jump right into the middle? They're stuck playing patty cake with a boulder across the map and just nuke them. I think that is. Let me just skim real quick. Oh, they have a buff as well. Thank you, man. Maybe it just makes a portal like a portal gun where you're looking. First one fires a portal, the second one plays a linked portal. Be very convenient to open one end at the printer. The other TP can do the orange blue switch too. We're not making a portal gun. I'm gonna say that now. Unfortunately. Is my stream like flickering, or is that just my OBS? Okay, seems fine. I just give it Slug's passive and propulsion at the end. I want to go flying. Sounds like a exit buff to me. Seems like OBS. It's so weird. It like literally like flickers like a white flash. Okay. When you travel, you do damage like razor wire. Time between hits scales with quality and attack speed. I don't want to encourage people to be in the vase. Entering the vase gives Baldrin buff. So attacking movement speed for X seconds should be a short duration to encourage exiting. Right, exit buff 18 so far. Each level could add a new portal, like in a conduit canyon with the multiple entrances. First use the same as regular. Oh yeah, we have like a couple of multiple vase lines to add. I think we're like 11 right now. This would be 12. Make the recharge faster, decrease time to travel, and make it able to spawn more portal points. Where's faster? Okay. Assuming that quality versions can't have different cooldowns, all I can really think of is faster travel speeds. That assumption is wrong. So, what up, cat? Multiple wormholes at once and intersecting lines does something. I don't have any good idea for the fact, but a sort of AoE debuff zone would be best as a way to turn to a trap equipment. I will do multiple baselines on that. Quad tiers will increase wormhole available space to place and size of the AoE. I can imagine creating a cross, triangle, or square, even a teleport radius to benefit yourself. Something I would think would be unrealistic to add would be very cool is extra benefit to overlapping zones. I think making the zones be buffs also be a bad idea, as it just gives reason for the player to stand in one place and engage less. Yeah, interesting. I like the idea of like overlapping stuff though. Entering and exiting the vase once per portal spawns an ally monster for the rest of the stage. Why do we have so many of these? Why is there a Goobo? We considered increasing the amount of time the vase persists. Yes. Indeed. Is Pokemon Wormholes Ultra Beast? Are there just a lot of Pokemon players in chat? Interesting. If on the off chance my suggestion gets selected, credit me. I got you, man. If I end up going the Pokemon route, I got you. Even like Nidoqueen and Nidoking in here. Interesting, actually. Not entirely sure how possible it is, but here's my idea. On use, spawn the portals as normal, but upon entering it, you rapidly accelerate to the end, and upon reaching it, break the portal and release an explosion that deals damage. Alright, how many of these are there? There's explosion on exit. There's move faster. Alright, damage could scale with distance or maybe move speed, but that might be a bit much. You could also maintain your previous input, so loader, Q-slam would go off. I think Pokemon Go right now. Are you outside? Are you walking around? Maybe something along the lines of getting a temporary speed boost when you exit the line. Going up. I like people trying to lean into the quantum aspect. Like the first X enemies that hit the vase have their information stored. Enter the vase to pass through them and collect it. When you exit, spawn a copy of those enemies like a Burst Happiness Mask, increase base X on quality. I think I just don't want any more ghosts and stuff because the AI for them is just not very that good, generally. Playing Minecraft modded into Bean Pokemon, if that counts, I think so. What happened to, what was the other game we're playing? The roguelike one, the one that used to have only text for visuals, but they changed it. Hold down equip to grab an enemy while the enemy changes teams, so it can be used as a weapon or a meat shield. Physically slows down time when you're in the vase. Higher quality slows more and have a passive effect that can turn a vase anywhere. I think that's hard to do in a way that matters, I think. Well, I mean, I guess we could. We could just speed you up and make it feel like you haven't slowed down, but... And then slow down time, I guess, but... Baseline was a case of Cud. Yes, like when waves the game I played any given day. Depends on what direction the wind blows. I see. Quad? Cud? Let me feel air journal are people who don't think about... Only think about on paper. Well, most people think about only on paper. It's fine. Hold on. I'm going to ask you guys to hold off on some ideas. Because I want to get through the YouTube ones. And then we can talk more about ones that were fun or... Yeah. Because although I'm never going to get through these. And I need to get through these. It's so important. So hold on. Okay, those temporary speed boosts. Longer stay in the wormhole, get an increase in damage reduction. That is that. Upon using it on a distant item or multi-shop, drag chosen item to yourself. This is one I actually thought of, but I don't think it'd be good enough At the end of the day, you could just kind of go there, is the kind of thing, right? My idea was like maybe doing it during TP, but able to back to the origin from anywhere. I think that's kind of interesting, actually. Anytime you create a line, any line you create forms a link with older ones. That's multiple vase lines up. Make the line ricochet. I've seen the word ricochet so many times today. Like the gate item for Risk of Rain 1, being able to return from anywhere. Yeah. Might be, I like stuff like that. This is the idea I kind of have. It's pretty similar. Was it Bun? Bun, are you still here? What was your idea earlier? I think yours so far was kind of one of the better versions of that. I kind of tweaked it when I wrote it in my notes, but when you activate it, you can choose to do it again, starting at 3 times and increasing with more vases, probably 2 each vase. It'd also be really cool if, depending on your items, would have a different effect. This would allow from pretty neat. And that's contact damage, I guess. Nobody uses the marble. That's not true. They use the marble in that game. Enemies can go through it. It's more funny than useless. Siphons them. Yeah. That is 6 on pull enemies in. Counter for unique and good ideas. I write those down on a notepad. Thing is, how do you make return from anywhere scale with different qualities? Just increasing duration feels boring. I'll talk about that once we get through here more, but I have an idea. Enemies can go through it. Alright, that one. There should be multiple wormhole lines that come out upon use. That is that one. It's like character buff upon re-entry would be nice. That is enter/exit buff. Yeah, do everything. Using the vase could plant a healing thingy at your location and the TP location. I'm gonna count that as a exit buff. Disagreed with every proposal? Maybe. Weakers. Maybe. Make enemies that walk through the line and leave every debuff in the game for a short amount of time that increases with quality. Jesus Christ. That's funny. Make it like Operator's Amp Core, we can do damage to the tunnel, and once it takes enough damage, it detonates, and all damage to all enemies around the tunnel. That's kind of similar to what we were talking about earlier. It's like alright, but I think it's just like too damage oriented for me. Probably tough to program, but how about the ability to store things in the vase? Interesting. A lot of vase storage ones. I think it's kind of missing the thing on it right now. Once for a stage, the vase has a small chance to increase on higher. Trying to put you in a pocket dimension that has an extra chests. Play is limited in a short time in the pocket dimension. Is teleported back to normal stage after time is over. I think that's really cool. But that is too powerful. And there's no way to not make that too powerful, I think. I think a CC could be cool because it's low cooldown. Like whenever you exit the portal, where you exit pulls enemies in and holds them there for a few seconds. That one up. The enemies near the end of the tunnel will be led and teleported away. It's kind of the second time I've seen that, I think. Holy. I'm gonna just put an immediate exit buff on this one. What? Let me just skim. I don't really want to do survivabilities in the vase because I don't really want to encourage people to be in vase still. So, you know, outside of post skipping, I like to use it to quickly travel large distance at the start for a start of a star for looting. But during combat, and I usually don't go back in, I have 3 effects it could do. It increases max distance per level. Increase the speed you travel in the vase, decrease the cooldown for it. So move faster. You can use to skip the Mythics fight from any stage, obviously. Of course. When you run into an enemy while inside the tunnel, you can cause an explosion. Not leaving the tunnel, but doing a lot of damage to enemies' hits. Is that contact damage? Enemies near the player, when used, get sucked into the quantum tunnel and popped out the other end. We're getting to the good ones. High movement speed. Maybe the higher the quality tiers have more range and move faster. That is move faster up to 10, actually. Instant teleport, faster cooldown, bonus damage on upon exit. Ooh. Okay, hold on. Instant TP up to 4. Well, I guess like 5 with the last one. Bonus damage on exit. Yeah, where's exit buff? Okay. Kind of next stage teleport. Did I not? My bad. Forgot I had that one. Thank you for keeping me honest. So one thing to maybe consider for all quality equipments is whether you're making quality Baos even more annoying than just egg. Correct. That is something that is hard. Could be its speed and damage upgrade, faster travel speed, and then damage upon flinging out the end, akin to Head Stomper. I'm going to count that as explosion on damage, and then move faster up. Okay. Let it make 45-degree turns, and the higher the quality, the more turns. More vase lines. Cool riff from the soundtrack plays while in the vase. Volume scales with quality. 84 upvotes. Look at that. It's the one we saw earlier when it was ordered wrong. Is that a legendary? Take a drink anytime anyone suggests make it deal damage for any non-damage quality item, and you'll get a hospital trip. Exit a tunnel gives you a random elite buff like Wake of Vultures for duration. Branch. Legendary would give permanent uptime. Interesting. Teleport instantly to the place you're looking. I will still create the tunnel. Instant TP. Moving via vase causes your non-equipment cooldowns to come back faster. I'm going to count that as exit buff. Should activate another random equipment. Instantly teleports where you're looking and has a shorter cooldown. We're getting some instant TP value. Skip to the next map. That's 3 on that one. I would go for cooldowns refresh faster while you're taking the vase. I'm going to count that as exit buff. I know this goes against what you wrote. Uh-oh, buddy. I think it'd be neat if it let you chain teleports. Make it more usable outside of skipping pillars. Count that as multiple vase lines. No cooldowns, you can cover the map with them if you want it. I'm gonna put that under multiple vase lines. Where are the new ones? Where's the novelty here? Maybe it's this one. On a serious entry. Here we go. I think perhaps you can have the teleportation act as some sort of charging line. Like the longer you write it, build up a buff. Okay, that is an exit buff number 28. The first time a user teleports through the generated energy for each meter traveled, they reemerge. They send out a stunning discharge that stuns nearby enemies. In addition, getting a speed boost and barrier. Plus, once the barrier was transferred to the moment, so it can keep you alive better while moving. More exit buffs, though. Increase wormhole speed so you can skip pillars faster. Yes, these are very on-paper ones, I think. It's a utility movement item, therefore it shouldn't just give a random damage buff. Maybe. We'll see. Give the line like a shield like Among Us, but to differentiate, it should have an additional effect that isn't just healing or a step up. Here's my take. Barrier does not decay when you are in the eccentric shield, along with the regular engineer shield behavior. You are not encouraged to go in and out of the base, but you still must place it somewhere that makes sense and utilize it as best you can. I'm not sure. I don't really want barrier buffs or anything like that, or shields, I don't think. Appreciate the suggestion, though. Maybe the distance on it could be infinite. Max's map borders, and it insta teleports you there. Boom. Number 8 on that one. I mean, you won't get momentum when I'm dropping it, but it's mitigated by the fact that you can just put it anywhere you want and just have this wormhole there. Make it like the Carrera Marble from the first game in a way, while giving either damage, attack speed, move speed, time lasting buff, depending on rarity. We have hit 30 on the exit buff. Everything skip. Creates a straight line in the Mythics arena from any stage. Number 4. Also shoots a laser while firing. I appreciate it. Teleports you to the next stage. It's a joke, but I'm counting it. People want their exit buffs and line retargeting. They do. I'm learning a lot about what the people are desiring, actually. This YouTube video, like, won't load. Like, the whole page is entirely broken. Whoa. I've never seen that before. Is YouTube, like, blowing up? I'm, like, spam clicking, and it's not working. Huh, interesting. Doing all the comments. I'm going through a lot of them. Hold on. You know what they actually want? That is true. Okay. Let's see. As the lore seems to suggest that it is up, maybe a few temp items fall out of the end unused. We can't because that's a DLC 3 requirement. Teleports you to the next stage. Yep. Yep. Whenever you run through an enemy with it, it deals damage. It's contact damage. Okay. I like the idea of moving faster and getting 1 extra line per quality. Extra lines are kind of pointless without extra speed. I feel like it's just not going to be that exciting to use, unfortunately. I would have to say, give some movement speed jump heights. That is exit buff. Press Q to place a warp point, and then press Q again to travel to it. I think that's more of the direction I'm kind of leaning towards, Tate. Make it better what it already does, rather than letting it do something else extra. Well, I don't always like that, but faster travel time. The thing is that it ends up just being boring. It gives it an extra charge by default, perhaps more with quality, and reusing it with while in the tunnel teleports you to its entrance, giving you iframes based on quality. I don't want just fuel cell charges. I think that vase is primary utility equipment, and as such, its quality shouldn't deal damage. Just make it better its main purpose traveling on the map. I mean, if we can make that fun, you know? Make it way faster. Hold on. Gotta add that in. Maybe make it stay a little longer would help in this aspect. On the other hand, it may be cool to transform its function. My idea is to make player be able to attack while using it and to give armor alongside of it. I'm gonna go exit buff. Song is this? This is from the Stardew Valley OST. It's like the first one. First song. Make the star of the vase travel go faster. That is another for move faster. Definitely think the best thing to do here is have the line deal damage. That's contact damage. Alternatively, I feel like the entrance and exit should be the source of damage. So see, shooting like visions, projectiles. On activation, all enemies within the line are pulverized. All enemies within the line are pulverized to a medium high range damage. That is contact damage again. Exit line also grants a temporary extra buff. Nice, we got 2 with that one. Maybe the line even pulls extra enemies. Wow, you're 3 of them. Beautiful. Making it an offensive weapon. Turn the player into a Tesla coil Prion-like projectiles that pass through the vase. Have it do massive damage to any enemy it directly passes through. That is contact damage up. Keeping the vulnerability while traversing would add some risk, as the player would need to aim it in such a way to maximize damage but not leave themselves in danger. Any turbine comments? No, actually. No Lurbine. What if the vase bounced and connected to old lines? No. That's been recommended a bit, but I just don't want to go in that kind of direction. Make everything do everything, maybe. When cast, 1 per quality, additional tunnels are chained from near your Unreal 10 point tunnels endpoint to other chests / interactables. I've seen this one quite a bit as well. I think this one is just too close to radar scanner, so. Lowers cooldown for distance traveled. On exit, explode with damage. Yep. What about a knockback pulse when you activate it, and periodically when you're going through it can deal physics damage to things? I think that encourages, in my opinion, people to stay in it, which I don't really want them to do. I read this one earlier. Funny. I would suggest increased travel acceleration. Okay, that is a move faster up. Grant a speed buff when you leave it. That is exit buff up to 34, actually. Should be able to transform an item or equipment into a different one. Can only use once per item. No. Recycler at home. Barrier when you exit to enhance its get out capability. Attack speed when you exit. This is an exit buff platter. More for bouncing vase. I will look at that in a bit. Faster travel through the line seems to be very popular. It is, but I think it's a mistake. I mean, like, I'd rather have instant teleports than move faster, I think. Like, why not just take the jump, you know? Enemies can also go to the vase if they touch the portal. That is 11 on that one. Every number meter traveled, create an explosion centered on you, dealing damage % in a number meter radius. That is explosion on exits. Symbol speed buff on use, almost like a teleport. It's nothing crazy, but it's the only thing I can think of. Thematically, it doesn't revolve around being in it. Maybe slows enemies down its path. Almost like a teleport. Let's count instant teleport to 9. While traveling, you trigger Little Disciple. Nope. Something passive that could be added is scaling base travel speed based on movement speed items. I don't think that's cool enough, though. It makes sense. I don't think it's cool enough. Instant teleport and a barrier. That is instant TP and an exit buff. All in one. The last enemy you killed goes inside the vase while it's off cooldown, and upon using it and exiting the tunnel, you spawn a clone of that enemy. Why are there so many Goobo ones? Do people really want Goobos? Or like just more enemy ghosts? I don't know. You can make it teleport interactables. I'm going to do vase storage up on that one. And rerolls. Too strong. Top of another effect. I feel like the other effect would just have to be like the main thing, you know? How do you scale it for different qualities? Probably just number of teleports or something. Let's get a Goobo, right? As Ray said, Goobo. Summoned. You can make a different hold and short press alternatives. Make the press something akin to Huntress Blink. That is an instant TP up. Make the line deal damage and slow enemy. We haven't had a contact damage in a little while. Second, the enemies use it when touching either end idea. That's pull enemies in the vase, number 12. Duration of the portal being open. Not enough. Exiting stuns and deals damage to the radius around the player. That is explosion on exits. Damage scaling with distant travel. It's really interesting how so many people kind of have the same idea. I'm not like dissing anyone. It is really interesting how everyone, like, I give a prompt about this item and so many people say the same things. Isn't that kind of interesting, you know? Improved travel speed. And maybe things like damage radius. The lines are permanent. You can have 1, 2, 3, 4 active at the same time based on quality tier. That is multiple vase lines. I don't even think that one's like bad, but okay. What are the replies to this? Generally think vase is one of the least interesting equips in the game, along with things like Seed of Life. Yep, it is. Traveling builds up charge. Exiting the tunnel detonates the charge. Ooh. Tell me more. Interesting. Just be Fathomless for the first time. Way better than normal Voidling. Seems a bit easy unless it's bugged, so I might have to crank the difficulty in the settings though. Yeah, probably increase the difficulty a little bit, but I think it's so cool. I'm so glad Nux went in ahead and finished it. Main thing about Vase, it doesn't have a lot of moving parts. You are correct. You pop it down and go from one place to another. Duns is really only so much to be added onto that in your opinion. Vase is the first and foremost utility item, so I think I should focus on that rather than giving it kind of damage. My ideas are as follows. You give a movement speed and armor buff when you exit the vase. Right, number 37. Crit shockwave that flings away and roots enemies near the destination. Move interactables with a certain radius to their destination. I'm gonna count that as vase storage. Enemies get frozen in the line if they cross it. You're traveling through it. The ball hits for X damage. I think that's contact damage. Okay. I guess there's some obvious paths the equip can evolve down. Yeah. Passing through the line deals damage or shocks enemies. We're up at contact damage again. Yeah, that the ball you would become would do bonus damage or explode. I like when they say the word explosion, so I can put that one up. Survivor gets a special animation during it where they dark slide grind. Oh, that is 2 on the grind on that shit. As you travel, you shoot out homing projectiles. That's... I'm gonna count that as kind of explosion on exit. A little bit. Have you heard of the coil gun from Deep Rock Galactic? I haven't. When you shoot the gun, it creates a fear effect. Interesting. I don't know if I want to do a fear effect for it, but that is a novel one. Yay! Yay! I expect to spend my evening building Legos, listening to race, repeating the same thing like ASMR. What are you building Legos, Ben? Less cooldown, make it synergetic with equipment dependent items. Alternative blast shower builds. We have other plans for that. You can activate it near an interactable chest, and the object will teleport with you. That is vase storage up. Traveling through the line grants a 10-second buff. 38 on exit buff. Enemies in a range for line get a debuff or take damage. Spawns 100 ATGs when you exit it. I'm gonna put that on explosion on exit. Because I asked what you're building with Legos, not why. The ideas for pennies were a bit more interesting, a little bit. Maybe when exiting the tunnel for the first time, surrounding enemies of the same type become quantumly entangled. Interesting. Oh, you said why? No, I'm just curious, man. A peace lily, interesting. I think this is... It's kind of like an explosion on exit, but it's like... It's kind of like network suffering, just for all types of the enemies. It's interesting. I think it's too powerful, though. I like the novelty of it. I like playing off the quantum vase. Baseline sucks in nearby enemies into it. Summer 13. I don't know if any of them are good. Increase speed while in the vase. Summer 18. Certain sojourn ability where it grants a barrier on entry, decays increasingly quick. I'm gonna count that as an exit buff. Damage enemies you pass through. Contact damage. Create a black hole, some primordial cube that follows you or just travels the length of the baseline and stuns and pulls in enemies. Oh my god, we're going in like 4 for 4 right now. You heal while in the vase, but the but the amount of healing is based on how far the line travels. So that's another buff. Man, this guy went for 5 for 5. And when entering the vase, momentum is maintained, and when exiting the vase, the speed is maintained fully instead of being halved, and you're immune to fall damage. That is a move faster. And when you collide with something, you deal damage in AoE. Ooh, that is a explosion on exit. The line of vase could be hitting enemies in their weak spots, such as railgunner shots. I'm gonna put that as contact damage. The particle vision should be increased as well. Temporary buffs after exiting vase, or damage nearby enemies on exit. Hold on, we're up to 40 on exit buff and 20 on explosion on exit. Which one do you think is gonna win? What if you made it add another color of HP onto the end of your health bar? You already have one of those. On first use of a stage, create an ally pillar at the start and end locations. You need to defend the pillars from enemies for X seconds. Successfully defended, get an item based on the quality of the equipment. Basically makes you use the equipment to defend both pillars. I like that you're getting like really interesting with it. We haven't seen anyone do that. I think people would find that annoying to do. It kind of feels like almost a chore. I don't know. I like the idea though, genuinely. Instant TP explosion would probably be the most exciting for you personally. Maybe. I'm just kind of worried that it'd just be a damage, like a capacitor shot kind of thing. But the most disorienting with Beas. True. True. That is true. You wouldn't even know where you were or what's happening. The vase explodes after leaving it. Longer and the bigger it is, the more damage it deals. 21. Line hitting enemies deals damage increasing per tier. Charming through it gives you a shield. Contact damage up to 19. I have multiple ideas. I'd love to hear them. Upon exiting the tunnel, enter a quantum state with super armor or invincibility, increased movement speed. Exit buff up to 41. Each current active tunnel warps space-time around it, granting a movement, attack speed, and armor bonus in 5-meter radius. Last idea, enemies that come in with a 3-meter radius, the tunnel would be warped to the opposite end. That is a pull enemies in a vase. Thanks for putting so much effort into this. Can't wait to see what the team puts together. Love you. Make it proc on hit effects on enemies in the flight path. Contact damage is actually up to 20. Love the idea of getting rid of the line. I guess instant TP could still use the line. If you were looking up slightly, because you were tossing FMP and suddenly got teleported way up in the direction you were looking, you're just dead. Yeah. I think that at least for the lesser tiers, a return trip speed buff for moving towards the place of origin would be interesting. Let's put that up to 20. It's a nice tool for going off of one of their map quickly return because it has a safety net. Interesting. Deal damage to enemies in a 3-meter radius while traveling through the tunnel. Do more damage based on speed. It's contact damage. After a measure of damage, we follow you through the tunnel. Having the exit explode could be interesting. I love this. Decent payoff for essentially teleporting yourself directly into danger. The line has gravity, like a van on either point, and enemies entering the line get teleported to either end. I wonder if any of these guys, like, it's just funny, but like, I wonder if anyone writes a comment and then reads the other comments, and I was like, oh. That's my idea, actually. Teleported through enemies deals damage. Contact damage up. Something I'd like to see is making the vase range infinite and or increasing with quality. Oftentimes find myself looking, trying to fire the beam from too far away. Oh, because when I say something, it's original. True. Increased amount of time the portal stays. Sort of like a permanent fallback point. Portal burst damage enemies if aimed at them. That's... Ooh, actually, what's gonna win at the end? Let's have a little bit of a poll here. Here, you have 2 minutes. Which is gonna win? Here's your prediction. No, not between everything. Between explosion on exit and contact damage, they're tied. Damage to enemies when you exit the portal. Shoots out 2 extra portals. We haven't had a multiple vase lines in a while. Enemies automatically use the wormhole and walk in the entrance. Yeah, let's pull enemies in. What is this song? Yeah. This guy's even using the diamonds and the circles with the colors. Ooh. That is interesting. Someone pays attention. Percent chance enemies, boss included, can be debated. We'll take the gateway when passing through. That is number 18. It's just a cube, yeah. Maybe while the vase ability is on cooldown, it has a second ability as a short range dash. It's an instant TP for me. Enemies that touch the line connect and start roots enemies and makes them take increased damage. It's contact damage. The farther you travel, the more damage you do, and the time for duration increases with distance as an exit buff. Few ideas. The speed of travel. Move faster. Heal barrier while traveling damages enemies upon exiting. Ooh. Okay. Improve move speed or make it damage enemies in a small radius when going through. Yeah. Okay. Enemies that pass through the line get a slowdown debuff. Maybe. All of a sudden, I think that explosion on exit is a really good idea. Not bad at all. Oh, really? That might be too good, but perhaps when you first place it, you Huntress blink to the ending location. I also don't know how that would scale between the different tiers, though. Some TP. Okay. Top row line does damage to enemies. There's no way it tied. Hold on, we have to refresh. We have a few more. Jesus. What if the vase line bounced and connected to old lines? That is the multiple vase line approach. Super rare, so it's got to be hella worth. So I say permanent almighty turret. Interesting. On use, it makes the user explode and die. You know what? There it goes. Frantically spawn extra vase paths randomly on top of the normal one. Then you jump ship mid-ride to end up somewhere favorable. Would add a good amount of movement capability. Okay. You can add multiple vase lines. Trying to make it apply a stacking damage buff to your next shot. I see the vision for that, but I'm not gonna do that one. Does damage wherever you exit the zip line. Holy shit. For multiple to be set up. Okay, that is multiple vase lines. Modification of AT. Oh, I remember their idea. Now, if hitting an enemy with the vase would quantumly entangle them, and the vase would then automatically bounce between 4, 5, 6, like 4 enemies with those meters. Any enemies under this effect share 75% of damage instantly. I think it's just too much like network suffering, you know? Chargeable railgun shot, which makes the tunnel longer and pierces enemies. Is that contact damage or is that explosion on exit? It's kind of like explosion on exit. Okay. Open it also opens a portal that spawns void crabs for some time. Interesting. Not biased. It's literally like a single shot, man. Contact? Dude, contact group is coping. I like the idea of letting the tunnel bounce ricochet and having the skill with quality. A lot of people are using the word ricochet. Okay. Multiple vase lines. Temporary buff. Okay. Move faster. Add a new buff. Okay, I will provide a new buff. 45. On exit, you gain a buff. Triggers on kill effects while passing through. So if it is just another equipment, I don't want that one. Okay, and this is like where we started, basically, I think. Gone full circle here. A lot of, No. Interesting. Okay. So, we got a good collection of things. Load on exit wins, by the way. Very easily. Refresh. There we go. Sure. All right, so let's go over some of my notes, which ones I kind of liked the most, I think. I think the one which I might go with, I think, is you can use vase as normal. Okay. But if you hold down vase, it creates an anchor point. And this anchor point, if you look at it from anywhere, you can click interact to teleport to it. And the higher quality vase, the more anchor points you can have, I suppose. Or I'm kind of thinking about that one. I don't know. Would it be useless? Or would it be fun? Basically, you'd look at it, and it would have like a targetable icon, like a capacitor. So you'd have to look at it. Basically the same thing. Would be useful? Would it be cool? Would it be very fun? And would you want it where you're standing or where you're aiming the vase? I guess. Aim. Okay. All right. That's one idea that I think could actually that could pass. I think that one just could work, I think. The same with the ground. I guess that's true, but it was kind of like an alternative to moving somewhere, I suppose. But I don't know. Either way. Well, I don't know. It might be more balanced if it's not where you're aiming. Because then you can just have a waypoint, like, way away. I don't know. We'd have to see it tested, but how to scale quality, number of waypoints you can have out at once. Or number of times you could go back to that waypoints. So replace the original use. If it's aim, it does for sure. I think the idea is like it works well with Beos too. Because it would drop a waypoint where you are. Yeah. And I think that is important. And that way you can be like, oh, I can go back there, you know. But yeah. Clear waypoints when you start any boss with an arena. Yes, it would. Probably. Is waypoint gonna press buttons? No, no, no. No. There's another one, like we hold down Q and it activates like a tracer effect where you go and do stuff and then at the end of like 10 seconds it teleports you back to where you were. Kind of a roundabout way of the same thing. What's the difference between waypoints and normal vase travel apart from time? You can go to a waypoint through a wall. Like, let's say I put a waypoint in the cave of Abyssal, I can waypoint back there. As long as I'm just, like, looking at it. Hold on. Can you exit out of bounds? I hope not. And also break Mythrix Arena stuff. I would assume that we'd turn off the waypoints when we start fights like that. Would be the easiest way to do it. Another one is holding down Q or clicking Q when you're in the vase already, and it makes it so you're in a place without enemies for a while, for like a limited amount of time. So it's kind of like safe. I don't know. I feel like I could do something with that, but the other ones that I've seen, fly like an egg, creating the vase line behind you. I don't even know if we can do that. This is one of Cyan's here. Holding down activate turns it into a big focused assault or something. It's kind of explosion contact damage, but I liked the concept that the length of your line did different things. And honestly, it's kind of lame, but having just perma lines, like let's say I can have up to 4 lines and they're permanent. And if I make a 5th one, it erases the oldest one, you know? Create highways around the map. I think that's kind of not exciting though. It's probably the lamest one, to be honest. But could work. What am I watching? Oh, I see. That's what people want with like the Ricochet one. Hold on. Um, like this. The thing is like how useful is that though, actually? I don't think it's useful enough to be, you know, to be in. It's a cool visual for sure, though. And the final thing, and this is what I can't figure out. I've been stuck on this visual for a very long time. But I wanted you to put down the line of the vase, and along the line of the vase in infinite directions, like, you know, it splits the world in half. And I wanted this effect to either have a yin-yang effect if you step on either side of the vase line of the world, or something. But I couldn't figure out what I wanted to do with that. And even though it's a very cool visual and it's very neat, I feel like it's never going to happen. Because I can't figure out anything that's worthwhile for it. So, give me ideas for that. That's the big one. Symmetra wall from Overwatch? Yeah, that's... I mean, we could just do a big shield, but I think that's less cool. Enemies in the dark half are cursed. Yeah, but the thing is, like, if one side is always going to be better, you would just aim the vase off to the right or something, you know? Just so everything that you're fighting is just in the easy side. I can't figure out a way to make it work. What if I continually hits friendly pizza along the path, and with the higher quality the interval strikes lowers? I just don't want to encourage people to actually be in the vase and stuff. One side gives more money per kill, the other side gives more XP. That way you have to place it so the money side favors the chest you want to open. I feel like most people would just always do money. I don't really think there's... But, like, yeah, kind of like that direction. I like the weapons idea, so I'm gonna type my take on it. Feel free. All the ideas that I just mentioned, if you have modifiers to them, please. What if everything on the left half, including yourself and projectiles, was slowed down, and everything on the right side was sped up, including the player, but moving out projectiles? I think it's too chaotic, I think. Also, I don't even know how the fuck Gorak would make that. But, yeah. Seems like a lunar equipment? Yeah, like, I don't really want it to be, like, a negative. Even though it would be interesting, but I don't know. One of my also original ideas with it was that, like, it's not like this, but let's say, for instance, you had... Hold on. Let me change something. You had, like, void fog on both sides of the vase. And then you just had to keep swapping sides to, like, refresh it or something. But enemies, like, couldn't really do that. So you wouldn't really, like, take damage, just as long as you were playing well. But I don't really want that either. Procedurally cutting the entire world in half seems like the kind of thing that'd be nightmare to learn to program in general. No. It's possible. It's doable. We just need... Like, Gorak wants it to. They've been on board. We need something worthwhile for it, you know? How's Echo? She's doing good. You want to see a picture of Echo? She's so cute. Domain expansion Gorak coding sweatshop. Oh, man. Yeah, like, my ideal thing would be split world in half. I can't come up with anything that makes it good enough. First use spawns a waypoint on your location, plus where you're looking. Subsequent uses spawn them only where you're looking. Using any of the waypoints teleports you to the next one in sequence. The permanent up to a number. Quality based on level. Maybe subsequent uses should still spawn them on your location too. I don't know. I'm not sure. I hear where you're coming from, though. Nightmare Side has old Switch physics. Fucking despair. Jesus. Oh, man. Oh, it's tough, though. It's tough, isn't it? I feel like it's tough. I definitely think we could just do a Symmetra shield. I feel like that's not as exciting though, you know? Hard to balance? It is. F-side sends me back to pre-patch Xbox port. What a world. What if one side had moon gravity and the other side had reduced cooldowns? Just playing off of just buffs, huh? I mean, maybe, I don't know. I'm just thinking. The thing is, it would have to be buffs that are pretty equal, and I don't really want it to be damage, right? Like, if it's just, hey, this side has attack speed, this side has damage, it's like, it's not even like, it's not even a vase anymore, you know? It's just like Gorag's Opus. But yeah, I don't want to do like cooldowns or anything. Anything that affects your damage output, I feel like can't be good, right? I don't know. Make it one strike on exit, and longer you spend voice run, the bigger the damage. You just said an explosion on exit. Is that a 29? Left side turns you green, but right side kills you instantly. I think the duality idea should probably be used elsewhere. The essence of Vase is movement, but I feel the quantum idea though. It's just like it's the perfect idea or the perfect item to split things. And I don't really think there's really anything else that kind of has that visual effect. Especially like you're making the line, like you know the line that you're making, you know? I think that's like important. Kind of funny about the grind idea would let you still attack as you take it, which is kind of huge. There are multiple people who have pointed that one out. I don't think it would be good though. I don't want people to be on the vase. Personally. Hmm. While you're in one half, the enemies in the other half can't interact with you, and you can't interact with them. And it's kind of just like a shield. Can they cross over? I mean, at that point, I'd just make a shield, I guess. Which I guess is like fine. Would the shield have health? Would it have a duration? I don't know. I don't feel like all of this just to have a shield would be worth it. Even if I feel like the visual would be cool, like just like this infinite wall that you create, right? It's cool, but I don't know. Can you make it adaptable with other items? A fire band, give it a fire trail, ice band, make all enemies frozen when you're in the tunnel. That's too much. That's like a full mod thing in its own. You're going off the Symmetra shield idea. Enemies can walk through the shield and it has health. Yeah. Quantum clones, surely. Left half is just 5 stages of simulacrum. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. So which one of the kind of ideas that I just mentioned stuck out to you? Give me guys where your guys' heads are at. Just like, ooh, that one would seem good. Or you can say all of these suck. There's not a single idea I've heard that I would want on a vase. Hello. I'm over here. Get these away from me. Waypoints. Trace of the time stop. Is grinding that shit idea an issue if you can only do it in the first travel? I just don't really like it that much. I like the split one, but you're right, it's hard to find a proportional effect. It is. Like, if I had one, that's my effect. I would do it instantly. I like the split thing, but unless you find a really good effect, I think I just prefer the waypoints. Yeah. I think that's kind of like my order right now. Split, world split, very cool. Waypoints, I think. My only kind of concern is that it kind of does make Vase not as useful. I mean, actually, I don't know. I could make it in a way that's good, actually. But keep Vase Vasey. Perhaps. I don't know. I'm just looking for fun, cool shit. Maybe the split world almost acts like a new stage, having new quantum chest items that only exist in that world. Yeah, but is that the most OP thing you've ever seen? Or because I think so. I think it is. Unfortunately. Not everything has to be Quality Ignition Tank 1.0. We don't talk about Quality Ignition Tank 1.0. Use it again when Quantum Split is up to mirror yourself to the other side. It's cool, but that is not Vase. I will say that is sick. I will say that is sick, but your idea for Quality Gubo? Gubo's already done. Make up a place a waypoint where you're looking, and only when looking at a waypoint within a certain degree to actually take in TPU. I mean, that's kind of what I'd be doing with that. Make yourself right off a cliff. Yeah. For world split, would an entity size change be interesting? Like one size is an increase of enemies in yourself by 50%, and the other side is minimize. I think that's a very cool visual effect that won't have any lasting gameplay effect, honestly. Half the world explodes on exit. Other half gives you exit buff. That's funny. Actually funny. Hmm. Hmm. I think I don't know. I've been stuck on the split idea for a while. I haven't really wanted to move on from it because I feel like it has such a cool, grand idea kind of buried in there somewhere, and I can't find it. Split world idea kind of takes away the whole point of using the vase at all, though. I understand not wanting to make people stay in the tunnel, but they should still be using the tunnel rather than picking the side. Well, it just gives it more optionality. I mean, you could still use the vase to go where you want to go, you know? Because, I mean, it's along the line. It's not cutting the line in half, you know what I mean? So even when you get to your destination, it's still split at your destination as it is at the start. If anything, it could enhance the vase. But I don't know. Dark side blinds you because it's dark. Light side blinds you because it's too bright. Now we're getting to the real ideas. Split world sides change your skills to the ones you haven't selected. That is very interesting, actually. Huh. I can't say no to that immediately either. That's, I'm gonna write that down because I think it's very interesting. Where's my mouse? Hmm. On anyone but Acrid, you have to stay on the poison side. Hmm. Interesting. Could cause you just to not pick up Vase unless in obscure scenarios. Well, wouldn't you just stay on the side, I guess, then? I don't know. Like, that you want to be on? I wouldn't say anything necessarily wrong with that. Is there any character that just, like, feels like you couldn't do that with it? Multi would be kind of hard with the hands, but... Like, when the vase goes away, you go back to normal. Fiend? Fuck. Fucking Void Fiend, man. How to split world scale with quality? It could just be, like, time. Immediately corrupts or uncorrupts upon swapping. Ooh. Well, I mean, you'd just be on one side, but... Yeah, kill all Fiend players. These amount of characters don't have all skills. That's not true. There's only one character. I like the approach on that. Any other similar type approaches? It's very interesting. So it rolled only on the y-axis? Yeah. How long does the split world last, and would you start the countdown after the world ends or upon activation? On activation. I don't know. Could be like 5 seconds, 10 seconds. As you approach the ending of a vase line, a void implosion begins, timed perfectly to finish as you pop out of that end. Not really split world, but on exit, gain control of an enemy for a time that scales with quality. I think that is two different. Same cooldown as base face? No. I don't know. Well, I mean, I'd make it fun, but I don't know. It also depends on the effect. Ultimately, it has to be proportional. That was a really cool idea, though. What other things can be kind of done like that? Swaps your skin. Huh? You can become Coral Void Fiend. One side gives you a hat, the other side also gives you a hat. Are they different hats? Or are they the same hat? Kind of a big deal. How many of you would like be upset with the waypoint though? Like saying, "Ooh, I hate it." I think it's a decent backup option, honestly. From what I've gotten down today, I think the Tracer one has inherent problems. The create your own vase thing with the egg is, I don't know how that happened. The damage ones are just kind of damage. It's like how it replaces vase. Well, it's like you use the vase. Well, I mean, kind of does a little bit, but that may be useful, I guess. It's hard to get something that works with vase is the thing. Besides just making infinite vase lines or ones that are permanent. Unless you're using vase to loot and go back. It's like 10% of vases use. Maybe. I don't know. I'd like to see how it would kind of work. If it dropped a waypoint at your feet, you go to leave somewhere else, go loot, and you can kind of set up waypoints around. Use one as like an emergency exit to get somewhere else. I think that's kind of why I like it. You can still use vase, but you can use the waypoints in combat a little bit. And going through the vase, you can leave a carpet bomb of captain strikes. Oh. Time stop one, this seems really cool, but I don't know if it'd be very functional other than aura farming. Probably not. First interactables are discounted. Nah. Explosion on entrance. Give this guy a fucking mod badge. This guy on the team. Vase is barely used for anything other than post skipping and looting. So even more accessibility or viability for coping could be really nice. Maybe switching sides swaps items with their void counterpart temporarily and vice versa. That's interesting. But it's Survivors of the Void locked, I guess. We can't do that. It's locked for DLC. I hate that. I hate that system. Ability versus weapon increase on one side or another? No. Probably too complex, but maybe when you use the vase while looking at the line, you grapple swing on it? No. I don't want to take away from loader. And there's so many cool things I could have done if it wasn't like DLC locked shit, you know? Another idea I kind of had was like, you put down the world split, and the items you get on side A kind of keep giving that buff when you're on that side. But you can only get like one extra item with uncommon or something. Like, it does something. It wasn't good enough though. It's just kind of shitty. But like, the idea of opening a chest on each side and kind of progressively buffing each side a little bit was kind of interesting, but conceptually. You can vase a tunnel, you can make it a solid plane like Rainbow Road that you can walk on instead. Surely. Ah, why is it so hard? Everything is so difficult, man. Isn't it? What if using vase adds a magnetic effect, causing the enemies to draw towards the line? They're already going towards you anyway. And if it's literally pulling them in, then it's just cube, right? Decent cover in scary situations. New grapple points for loader. Yeah, but I don't know. I'm not crazy on it. Read your title as ideas guy. Yeah, it's like a badge that you have to earn. Another idea I kind of had a while ago was like when you spawn in on a stage, or like maybe not even spawn on a stage, every so often, something will spawn across the map from you. Or will try to be super far away from you. If you collect it fast enough, you get something. So you had to like use the vase, but I felt like the minigame aspect of it was just like gonna be annoying. You didn't like want to do that. So what do you pick an item category of items you want to have synergy with and work from there? Kind of interesting. I think that's just the problem. It's hard to pick. Placing the ability entirely. I'd rather the vase be either better or it's still there and we like build up upon it, but replacing it entirely is, yeah, I don't know. I feel like the road would replace it. Garrel with legs. Surely. Well, vase is a movement item. What about movement can be expanded on? Besides just getting from point A to point B. Is there anything? Is there anything movement needs beyond moving to the point faster? Assuming using it while aiming at an enemy causes the enemy location to change. No. The momentum from exiting vase grants extra damage for the next attack. No. Because then it just encourages people to go in the vase, attack, go in the vase, and attack. And while maybe cool, it feels really boring. If you go the tracer route, you could let it get a movement buff as long as you're making the line. Maybe. The tracer route is just like, I don't know. Does it feel too far removed? I'm not sure. Maybe. It'd be hard to use with Beos too. Like it'd just be kind of annoying, wouldn't it? Because you wouldn't feel like you're in control of yourself. We're pitching horizontal head stompers for Reckler rework. Not that. Can't do that one. Reckler is already being reworked to something in that vein. I'm not going to go into it. Enemies making contact with the tunnel will be forced towards the exit point. Where is that? It's up there somewhere. Right above me, I think. Up a few over there. Diagonal head stompers. Holy fuck. You fucking genius. What would be the goal of splitting the world? You know? Okay, so this is impossible. This is impossible. Okay. So Picture this. I split the world, and it's like there's two halves, right? This is on either side of the vase. What if the pieces were like moving, you know? Uh, so if you're standing here, you can see the other side of the world like slide over. And you can walk over onto it. That is impossible, true. The other kind of insane visual I have, think about this. This is also impossible. This cannot be done. You create an endpoint. So this is the endpoint right here. And the other endpoint's over here, right? But what happens when you create the vase, it merges them together, and everything in between on the map just gets like cut. So everything in between is gone, and the endpoints stay together. So like, let's say if I put the vase from the end of a tunnel on the moon to the arena, I could end up walking forward on the ground onto the arena. How cool would that be? Does that make sense? It's impossible though. It's impossible. One side has more expensive chests and more gold from enemies. The other side has cheaper chests and less gold from enemies. Farm one side to go on the other. I feel like you're just gonna farm the side with more gold, and then you're just gonna get all the loot after it. Warping reality? Yeah, but how cool would that be? Correct sobbing. The map from yeah, but it would be cool. Wouldn't that be fucking sick? Yeah, it'd be cool. See you later, Alan. They look like all three guys from AJR combined. I don't even know what that is. Thank you. I think. I don't know. They're a band. AJR band. No, I don't. Surely not. They make some of the worst music I've ever heard. Jesus. Oh my god. The average Germa face of this one band. Jesus. Let's give it song Thirsty a listen. Nah, I'm not doing that. No. I love this song, dude. Alright, well, I don't know. Thanks for giving me your ideas today. I appreciate it. Especially everyone on YouTube and everyone in Twitch chat. Throwing them at me. I kind of figure out some things I really don't want. And some things I think I'd be okay with. But at the end of the day, it's like, you know, if I can't make the split work, then what? You know, probably either do permanent lines or warps or something like that, I guess. I don't know. Best suggestions so far have just been the tracer recall. Interesting. Maybe we do recall, but it's like it's just hard to do, I think. Or explode. Shout out to all the sub 5 unique ideas on YouTube. Hey, they did good. They did good. They got like 300 comments about it. If you have to hold down vase to do its quality thing, does Baos just do that The vanilla vase effect? Maybe quality Bayos would have to do the hold one. I don't know. It would feel kind of cheated otherwise, right? Like, what's the point? The good thing about the theoretical idea of just permanent vase lines is that it just works with Bayos. But I don't know. I don't know. It really is like the thing that's holding back this update. So I'm like we're still working on a few other things, but like it's not much time until this is going to be the final roadblock for the equipment updates. So I need something, right? I need something. Right, for every enemy is a scav with all the quality items video. Yeah, Dan's coming back. Dan's coming back. Let me write something down. I had a little bit of an idea. You know, if you release the update with quality base just being the state quality base is in now, you'll get more suggestions. Yeah, it's kind of like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna let Vase hold back the update, but I'd rather it was in the update, you know? So I would rather that. Alright, I think when does quality enemies get released? Very hopeful for you to say that. Outside of the Split World, just plays AJR and gives all quality items not worth it. Alright, my voice is tired. I've been talking too much, and I need to give it some rest. So, I'll give you your last things, your last 30 seconds or a minute. But thanks for watching the stream today. I appreciate it. Thanks for helping me out. I appreciate it a lot. Spitballing here, maybe the vase could act like a tripwire. When the enemy walks through it, they would get attacked for some percent of damage. The one above me that says contact damage is the number of times that one has been recommended. Yeah, thanks for everything. I appreciate it. I'm glad that there is just so much excitement and interest in quality even still. It really does make me very happy, and it makes me a part of me fulfilled that like I didn't know that could be. So I appreciate everyone caring about quality and trying to make it the best it could be. So I do. And hopefully when it comes out, the quality update for equipment, you guys will be like, holy fuck, it was worth it. But that's a Split World idea with the shifting plates, despite how impossible it is. Maybe one day in another life. Endpoints act as taunt? No, can't do it. But anyway, thanks for enjoying, guys. We have a YouTube video up. We just uploaded yesterday, 2 days ago. I don't know. I don't remember anymore. 2 days ago, maybe. Check it out. You can join Discord. Continue your. If you want to give me more suggestions, if you thought about something later, post it in Discord. That's gonna be the way I'm probably gonna see it. If you post it into this YouTube thing, I might miss it. So, I'm using my Cesar equipment barrels. You're damn fucking right. It's gonna be awesome. Anyway, thanks for watching. I'll see you guys probably tomorrow. Bye bye, everybody. See you guys later.